うん。 All got off of here.
Oh, you guys
Hear
are
us.
Oh, okay,
People on Zoom could not hear you.
okay. All right, all right. No.
Ran all the way up those stairs.
Oh, jeez. All right. So, no, that's okay. So basically what you're saying is that her move to abolish is supposedly the meeting after? Or is it the same meeting?
So I had intended to eliminate a suggested date from this for either so that you could discuss this because they are related to the same regulation.
Okay,
And inadvertently missed the edit and left it on the agenda as two different dates. One
Okay.
being the 12th and the other being the 19th.
okay,
So
January.
we're piling up in January from other things. Which date do you think is better?
The call's hard, and it depends on each, I would say the 9th to the 12th. or the 19th.
the 19th, so stay with what's suggested.
Make a motion to, for a public hearing, be posted for general.
Okay, Mr. Zigmont has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rogan. Do we have a further discussion? Then all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Item B, proposed amendment of planning and zoning staff to Berlin zoning regulations, section 4A2B, double I, to extend the moratorium on multifamily development applications for 6 months to August 11th, 2023. The suggested date on this is the 15th of December.
Make a motion to schedule public hearing for December 15th.
Thank you, Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigmont. Further discussion on this? Then all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, so moved. Last, proposed amendment of planning and zoning staff to the Berlin zoning regulations, section 11DD. Suggested date is January 12th.
So moved.
That's the one we.
That's the one.
19th.
That's okay. That's all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Zigmont, for the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Jorsey. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Okay, going on to public hearings. Do we know, just so that everyone knows, the subdivision of, item C, which is re-subdivision for Tommy Kokomo Brothers, that has been asked to be continued? Is that correct, Maureen? So we're not
The
gonna be,
applicant has requested that he not take any testimony tonight and that it be continued to the next thing.
okay, all right, so that's gonna go to December 5th. All right, terrific. So if anyone was here for the Thomas Kokomo subdivision of Randacre, he's not gonna be heard tonight. Okay, public hearing, special permit, site plan application of Quantum of Berlin to LLC for a proposed indoor sports complex and related site improvements at 04 Rod Road. Go, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Town of Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission notice of public hearing. The Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing at its regular meeting on Thursday, December 1st, 2022 at 7 p.m. in the Town Council Chambers, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Interested parties may join the meeting and participate in the public hearing in person or remotely as provided below. A, site plan application of H2O Farm Berlin LLC for construction of 2 greenhouses at 2107 Chamberlain Highway. The application and related meeting materials are available at the Planning and Zoning Department, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. Dated this 16th day of November, 2022 at Berlin, Connecticut. Brian Rubin, Secretary, Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission. New Britain Herald, legal notices / classified advertising, dates of publication, Saturday, November 19th, 2022, and Monday, November 28th, 2022.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. Okay, but we're still going back to the special permit site plan application for Quantum Berlin to LLC. Good evening, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Name and
For the record, my name is John Langenblatt, principal of the LRC Group. Business address is 160 West Street, Suite E, Cromwell.
okay, welcome.
This is a continuation of the meeting from October, I believe.
Yeah.
Because we granted an extension. We have received several comments from staff and we did do some minor revisions to the plans. If you'd like, I can go through the plans in depth or if you addressing the comments, or I can just give you the highlights, which would you prefer?
Oh my God, a choice. I think we should just, let's have you address the comments.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, before you begin. Were there adjustments to the plan? Or are we supposed to be working off the original set? Because this is the 8/17/22 plan.
We have some of these up there.
Okay,
Yes.
all right,
You have those. We put the-
yeah, all right. Hold on, we just want to get the right thing. Right. Here. Here. Down into that.
Trying to open his desk.
Yeah, we're all gonna share, so we have more space. There. You all right down there?
Yeah, I see.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So even though that we know. We've done something we said.
It's fine. I think that shows. Didn't send it to me, did you? As well?
There was some big- I'll start. All right.
Yep.
All right, from comments received on October 31st. From planning and zoning, I believe this was an email. They were looking for dumpster and mechanical locations and screening. And you want to hold this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Mechanicals are going to be going over in here in the northwest corner. And we are proposing those being screened with plantings. And the dumpster enclosures up over here, and it's going to be closed with screening as well. There was original, the zoning regs required a 10-foot strip. So we did add a 10, make sure there was 10 feet between the building on the west side and the east side, with a 5-foot sidewalk and then a 5-foot landscaping area, front and back. Staff asked for crossing, a painted crossing area crossing the parking lot. A traffic study, we did have a traffic study prepared. And it was submitted. Have you had a copy of it? No? And, for the summary from, this was prepared by Kermit Hua of Wallingford, Connecticut, traffic engineer. He did a study and basically in summary, he's saying that he estimated that with the full build out, there'll be 4 basketball courts and with the generation of trips. And he's saying that the traffic impact of the development will be limited after the sports complex is completely built out or with the 4 courts. Traffic movements at the driveway intersection of 4 Rod Road will operate at favorable levels of service, A and B during peak hours for all site trips will be adequately and safely accommodated by 4 Rod Road. You do have a copy of this?
I'll be honest with you.
As I'm looking for mine, I can't seem to locate it.
I
Is it in the other packet?
think it's probably in the supplemental package.
Dished in there? Yeah, because I think
Converged
it's,
my packet.
yeah, oh, that's okay. All right, here it is. I think what the concern was with the traffic is that we have this huge hill that's there. And this complex would basically, the entrance to it would be right at the bottom of the hill, so there was concern with people who are already speeding going down that road. And then people trying to get out or turn one way or another. And then, of course, we always had we have the neighbors across the street that we were taking into consideration. And I think it was brought to light that they would have more difficulty getting out of their driveway.
Well, the study, the report shows that there will be no addition or that 4 Rod Road can handle the additional traffic with the site distance. I know there was a question of the site distance. The site distance for at the driveway looking south is approximately 400 feet. So turning, the issue would be turning left out of the 504 Rod driveway. That I believe is there was no issue with turning right, actually turning right or turning left for the sightline distance. As for the people across the street, we did.
People across the street were instructed to be engineer. They're supposed to contact the.
I'm sorry, did you want to come up and share the comments? And,
I'll make a
Yeah.
comment if I may.
Yes.
So our town engineer has, along with the, PD, the traffic officer, been evaluating the site distances from the neighbors' driveways as it relates to their driveways. So off-site,
Yeah.
their off-site visibility issue. They've been dealing with as a separate item, because it's not the sight lines from this.
It's just sight lines in
Sight
general.
lines with regard to their driveways and overgrowth, et cetera. So they've cut back some trees and been in contact with the neighbors. For their sight lines from their driveways.
All right, okay, I hear what you're saying. All right. Sorry about that.
No problem.
John, why don't you just tell her where.
Wait. Okay. Did you want to?
Other side of the street.
Right.
Okay. All right,
We just want you to see where it is.
The driveway, the main driveway entrance to 500 is down here at the bottom of the hill. The driveway in question is right here, halfway up the peak, the crest of the hill is about here. Down. This is the area. So I think what they're talking about is when they pull out and look left. People, this is a little with people that are pretty good.
Yeah, we do.
I think it's posted 25, if I'm not mistaken. It
Yeah.
probably be 40 or 50.
Oh, probably more than that. Anyway, okay. All right.
The lighting plan, we did have a lighting plan prepared.
just brought up the aerial view of the driveway into 104 Ryan Road. And, I'm not sure which driveway that is across the street any longer, the last meeting. One of them is this. The driveway that we're two or we're supposed to do.
Yeah,
They're the houses.
we just don't want to make a bad situation worse.
We do have these on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're fine.
I got it over.
yeah,
Okay.
she was just explaining, where the driveway locations are.
So a little, okay. They're in the lighting plan and we have no bleeding over or, over the property line, so everything stays within. So
Now, what were the hours of operation for this business that are being proposed?
This is an important message to everyone.
In the letter from the first package from the first day, but you also have the owners here.
Yeah,
So, I would.
Which setup do you want me to open? You can look.
A and B, everyone on Medicare is
On email.
That's fine, that's fine.
You want me to switch sheets? Let me know what you want.
We have the, when I'm done, we can have the order come up.
Yeah.
Representative, and give you more detail on the hours of operation.
that's fine.
The lighting plan, there was some concern, with the grading that's going to be done on. You open up the utility. On set.
Response to engineering summary report for those.
Slopes greater than 3 to 1, which would be this area in here where we're grading down to the retaining wall. We do propose a erosion control blanket to help stabilize the slope. And also in the slope area for the proposed stormwater management area.
Okay.
And there was some comments with regards to engineering on the engineering report. We did do some additional soil testing and waiting for permeability testing to be completed. It's not in yet, but we did do those are at the specific sites of where we're proposing dry wells. There's 3 dry wells and soil was taken for the testing. It's not in yet, but from what we saw in the field that the soil is pretty much the same soil that we excavated in other areas in the detention basin. But what we would like to ask is that to be part of a condition of approval. While we're waiting for that, if we decide to vote on it this evening. And there was other comments that we did receive earlier that I believe were addressed actually in my last presentation. And at this time, that there's somebody from here that shrubbery. Open up the landscaping plan. All right, to help accommodate some of the concerns that was brought up by the neighbor, at the last meeting, neighbor across the street, we did move some shrubbery around. To accommodate where their driveway is to help provide more of a screen when. So when they're coming in and out of the driveway, you see the word road, that's the driveway, and put some screens. Right off the parking lot, and then also up to the left as well, up along the road.
So are you replacing the screening that's, the brush that's already there, or are you gonna be adding to it?
We'll be adding to it, but actually when we're proposing the shrubbery and trees is where we're clearing for the grading of the site, grade down. So in that area where we're grading, we're proposing on adding more, replacing landscape.
And those trees or shrubbery is not gonna interfere with your sight line, is it? Of people
No.
Getting out of the complex.
No, because the shrubbery that's more to the south, right off the road, is actually on the property, behind the street line, not within the right of way of the road.
Okay, thank you.
And also, there is a rendering of the building that was asked for by the commission. And that would be a view from the northwest or the northeast corner of the property, kind of with the southeast or southwest, excuse me. Building height at the peak would be 27 feet. And that is the color that is proposed for the building facade.
So a quick question, how tall is the retaining wall that's being proposed to the back?
The retaining wall goes from, you kind of look where that, on the second parking spaces, right in the front. It goes from basically 0 up to that corner. Is
So let's head.
14, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's at that corner, right where the cursor was, it's about 14 feet. And then as you see that curved area, it's up to 16 to 17 feet. And then it starts dropping down as it goes further to the southwest.
So then your topography then was a natural berm and you're digging into the natural berm and using the retaining wall to create your plateau for the building? I always thought it was pretty level out that way.
There's a pretty good slope, but if you can go to the existing conditions chart, please. I think it's like the second or third. Actually, it shows up on, I think, oh, that's fine. Maybe you can go back to the other one. But like those are one point, where's those dashed lines? And it actually drops, it actually starts dropping off at a pretty good slope, at probably a 5-to-1 slope, going from the road, dropping down to the into the property. So what we're proposing is cutting into the slope. A little bit.
Yeah.
Comes down, cutting into the slope, making the peak, and then putting a wall up and using that material to help balance out the site.
And this material, is that going, your retaining wall, will that be concrete or?
Well, we're proposing a block wall, or it would need to be an engineered block wall. height. But we'd like to, if possible, because there's a ledge out there, if we can do a ledge space, we would like to do that. At a 5-on-1 slope, so it'd be a vertical, kind of like what you see.
Yeah.
But they haven't done deep enough test pits there to see if that's possible.
Yeah. So let me ask this begs the following question. If the test pit hasn't been done to see whether or not you'll be able to dig down far enough to support a 17-foot wall, what happens if that doesn't work?
We will propose a block wall. What we're proposing, they're probably the 3-foot high blocks. You know, that would stack up and they interlock. They have interlocking.
Is that almost like Jersey barrier blocks, those big huge things, or are you talking about just patio blocks that people would have around?
No, they'd be bigger blocks. I believe they're 4 foot in length.
Okay, so they're almost
Probably
like a-
2 feet, and they have a key. The top
Yeah.
has a key in the
Yeah.
bottom, sit on with a key.
Yeah.
And then it'll be engineered with slope and engineering built behind it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Would there be a safety railing at the top of that?
Yes, I believe there's one. Let's see if there's one showing it there. Yeah, there is. Yes.
My question is, you telling me the slopes right now is about 5-to-1. So when you're putting that wall in, does the gradient slope become less? Because you're raising the wall up, so are we coming to a 2-to-1 slope like try to get
No,
5-to-1 slope?
instead of 5-on-1, it'll be a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1. Because of that slope, that steepness, they'll be putting down erosion control.
Because our regulations say 2-to-1 slope, so if you gotta keep it 2-to-1 slope, then you're probably gonna have to put step up. Steps up to get that 2-to-1 slope from 5-to-1 slope. So you have to put a terrace.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but we're proposing with the wall, that's why.
Wall 17 feet.
Yeah, right. And
So
then
if we
on
get
top of that,
If you get 2-to-1 off of 17 feet, it'd be okay. But if you can't get 2-to-1 off of 17 feet, you're gonna have to terrace it up.
okay, I see what you're saying, but with the erosion control blanket, that's pretty, that'll hold in place.
I know our regulations call for a 2-to-1 slope if possible. I think it's 3-to-1. You usually don't have a problem once it's stabilized real quick.
Right.
You know, but I see those those lines are 1 foot. We're talking a little bit more than a 5-to-1 slope. So that's what I want to make sure that your engineer takes that into consideration, to try to get to 2-to-1 slope.
Well, if we can do it, if we can, I'd rather have a 3-to-1 than a 2-to-1, it's not steep.
I
And then
understand.
the 3-to-1 would still require the blanket, the erosion control blanket, keep it stable.
Okay, any other commissioners before we go to the public? All right, sure, Ms. Miller.
I had the opportunity to go over to the complex in Middletown. And I noticed in the handout that supplement that Maureen had given us, it talks about food. And so Middletown has food, and they also have alcohol that they sell. Along with things like that. It says any food, it says not at this time. Are you planning on it? Don't propose? Are you gonna do this or?
We ask the owners to The owners are, probably there's answer questions on like that. So it's good, yeah.
If the owners are here, yes, please, if you can just come to the microphone, state your name and address, and, welcome. Right here.
Hi, everybody, I'm Zach Edinger. The company address is 1280 Newfield Street in Middletown, and I reside at 37 Clark in Haddam.
Good evening.
Good evening, how are you? 1280 Newfield Street is the business address, and I reside in East Hampton at 127 Brick Road.
Okay, and your name, please?
Ed Bow.
All right, thank you. All right, so to address the question of Mr. Miller, regarding food stated is not at this time. And so I guess her pursuit of the question is, if I understand it correctly, that you want to know, are you planning to do the food in the future?
So yes, we would plan on doing concessions. The alcohol permit is a completely different process with the state of Connecticut that you have to go through. And at that stage, it would not be something that would be within the first 5 years, and potentially even longer than that.
I can make a statement to that. The school is within 1,500 feet of that. So I'll be working on being allowed.
My other question is, I know that there's, another building attached to the here. And it looks as if, is that area rented out to other businesses? One looks like it's a gym or something, and I know at one point we had virtual golf there.
Yeah, I mean, so the current residents in Middletown compared to the residents that we're looking at in Berlin, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Are you asking about Middletown or Berlin?
I want to know, are your plans to do the same thing in Berlin?
No, our plans in Berlin are to put basketball courts in and to run our youth basketball program. So the reason that we've applied and are interested in moving to Berlin is because we have members of our organization that are in the surrounding areas. And our organization, which is both basketball and soccer, has grown to a point where we're competing with our students. And so in order to include additional opportunities for youth of this community, we felt like staying in the same area, surrounding area, would be extremely valuable for the organization and for the youth of the area.
Okay, and in your plan here, you indicate proposed future building. Would that be something you consider to put in where there'd be like a gym, what's going on in Middletown right now? Is that the plan?
I think the thought behind the additional spaces, if things were going well, and again, we were able to collaborate with the community and it was used as overflow for any of the youth sports, we would be open to maybe building onto the property that we have. So instead of having to come back to the town for second approval, we may be able to just move forward with that project after kind of, looking at how things are going. So it wasn't approved for anything other than just a basketball facility. Again, in Middletown, there's a few different components to that facility. However, I'm the director of basketball, and that's all we will have there is basketball. Middletown have a few different components to it, but we're not bringing those other moving parts to Berlin. We're moving just the basketball program and the courts over.
Yeah, I guess you have some soccer tournaments going on when I had gone.
Yes, turf now.
I want to, that's a great location, that Middletown location.
Thank
It's to the side of Napa, it's in the back, it's not anywhere near
Out of the
residence or anything. Really, it's a perfect location for
And I think, again, as the letters may indicate that may have been passed forward, I'm definitely a grassroots youth oriented. I grew up in all the community centers and I understand the value of the modeling of positive behavior and pro-social opportunities. I was able to go on and be a professional athlete because of facilities like myself and Zach have. So again, I'm looking to be a pillar of the community and add some value, and however I can collaborate with the resources of the community to help grow. I'm open to it. And again, as the letters again kind of highlight. I'm all about the kids. Again, and helping them become the best version of themselves. It's not about being a Division I athlete. It's just about becoming the best version of themselves. The characteristics that we embody, the core values are what we stand on. And that's really what we're principled upon, is helping these young men find themselves through sports, not to necessarily use a sport to get to who they ought to become, but find that they outline yourself being a leader amongst their community. And Berlin is very close to my heart. Many of my close friends live here. Many of my wife's close friends live here. I have a bank account at Fire. Businesses and super sports and Sigmaware. So again, I'm rooted in the community. So when we kind of looked at an area that may be conducive, I used all of those different relationships to balance the decision. So again, I'm open to sitting down with any community center and, be a hub for the Silver Steeper community, or, whoever we can sort of accommodate. And our space is definitely open to the community, and however you guys feel like it could be useful, I'm definitely open to that conversation. We'll be partnering with businesses, with fundraisers. We'll, as parents park, then drop their kids off, they'll be milling around the community, so to add some more footprints into the local businesses. So again, we're just looking to sort of grow the youth athletes in this immediate area and sort of add some value to the town that's already vibrant and alive. So we thank you guys for your consideration.
Thank you. One more question.
Yes,
And then I'll go here. As I was saying, that's a great location where you are in Middletown, because it's not anywhere near any houses or anything like that. So there's no noise concern, no lighting or anything else like that. And I do know that your hours of operation on Monday to Friday are 9 to 11 in Middletown. And on Saturday and Sunday, you're 7 a.m. to 11. I'm just keeping the neighbors in mind here right now as far as noise and lighting when it comes time for your hours of operation. So I think the goal, what you guys want to do is awesome. I think it's great. And it's,
So to your point, I believe that he already addressed the lighting, saying that it all stays inside of the property limits, right? And as far as the understanding of the Middletown location, there is a residential home directly across the street from the entrance, right?
yeah, you're setting far back. You can't even
Okay,
see.
so again,
Yeah.
in the Berlin location, what we're looking to do is expand opportunities for these. This location became available because we knew that Berlin was interested in youth sports, and people that we had worked with finding other local areas that we could add to the communities, thought that this location being industrial and what the other opportunities for this area could be, this was a much better purpose for this property. And so that's why we went the direction of this property.
thank you. Mr. Rogan and then.
Yeah, the question still remains, because yes, it is an industrial park, but it has more typical business hours with the other businesses that are there. What are the hours of this facility going to be?
So again, 8 to about 10 p.m. Again, we're not mirroring the Middletown community that has some early morning activities. However, we will be kind of open it up 8 a.m. to about 10 p.m. The morning hours are sort of filled with, sort of the adults who may come in and some open run. People do some working out, or pickleball is hot now, right? Evening hours from about 4:30. Our first practice starts at 5. From about 4:30 through about 8 is the last practice. Don't go any later than 8 for start time. So those usually be out there by 9, and adults usually come in for an hour or two to play, open run. Now, and the traffic really seldomly overlaps, because you have the 4 to 5, the 5 to 6 practice. When they're leaving, the other group is coming in. So it may be about 10 minutes that the families overlap, but they're not stacking upon each other. It's kind of constant flow during the evening, and we really don't pick up until about 4:45 for the first practice at 5.
Thank you. Anything else, Brian, before we move on to Mr. Sigma? Then we have to get to, see how you feel about it. So,
I just, on the proposed, second phase, whatever, I think the last meeting you said the possible soccer in there, or is it just basketball?
So the reason for the expansion is because both the soccer and the program and and the basketball program are doing as well as they are.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking, because I know
Yeah.
soccer is a big one in Berlin.
Yeah, so our organization does both basketball and soccer. Soccer is the larger of the two, but soccer doesn't need indoor space year round where basketball does. And so this would be a basketball facility. If the basketball facility, if for some reason basketball didn't work, well, obviously we want the opportunity to do soccer since that's our business is also.
We have a big demand in Berlin.
Yeah.
Run out,
We have a.
run out of the field.
We have a Bell soccer and basketball player in the back.
Okay, we are in the public hearing, so is there anyone from the public who wishes to address the commission regarding? Yes, sir. I'll just ask you to state your, yeah, just sort of hang by because we may want to comment on some of the feedback we have from the public. All right, welcome, sir.
I am Shane from, address 503 Roy Road, South Street from, this, place. I have, two concerns.
Okay,
One is, safety. Years ago, all of us, every year after graduation, from our kids, with the baseball bat. Damn it. All the mailbox.
excuse me, Mr. Hong, excuse me, if you're online on Zoom, would you please make sure that you're muted? Because we're getting some feedback here and I'd like to hear, we'd all like to hear, Mr. Hong's testimony. Thank you. All right, please,
Yeah,
sorry.
right. And our house is far away from the road, so we don't see the mailboxes and other. And so they just, I remember first year after I moved in, I saw a mailbox was on the street. I was terrified. And then I tried to put it back. I never said, hey, Jay, don't do that. If I were you, I would just nail it and loose. So next year, when the kids come along, they hit it, and then the things will fall off. You don't need to replace it, just nail back again. And even working with the one day, I was home, and then the police car. He said, "You mailbox was on fire." Was on fire. And somebody said it, so, and even though, so we did not report children, we did not report it, because of me and, our neighbors, we know those are kids. The kids in our town, our neighbors, and then we know Berlin is safe town. So the kids wouldn't view violence, the things that every day, because the neighbors down the street, they're just nice neighbors. The kids wouldn't do that, so we never report to the police, said, okay, we have a problem. Even my fire, mailbox on fire, that was the police told me, I didn't know. But if there's a facility, it's not just burning kids. It's from all over the surrounding. And kids, when they win the game or lose the game, or during the game, they have action, energy, different things. Or when they wait for a parent to come. Especially when they lock the kid. They may do some crazy thing. We don't want to do it all the time. The even is our kids are in the burning kids. And so we just play. And now it's less and less, just so we haven't with for years. Again, all the kids that grow up. And or they involved in the video games, so whatever, they don't do that. But that's the first thing I concern is safety. The second thing that concern me is, I remember when they explained the plan, they said they're going to be using the sewage with our house and my neighbor's house, the sewage is the building. I am concerned about the capacity. I'm not actually here, I don't know things about, like we know. If that's a sewer system is the building, that's for these two houses. And then all of a sudden you add this big facility with the kids, sometimes maybe 100 or over. I don't know, the system, you can not to the order. That means okay, or we don't want to have a problem because it's very expensive for people to. Right.
You
You can turn out.
know.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to, yes, that's me.
Good evening, Cheryl Crucero, 519 Bull Rod Road. I'm right across the street from this proposed facility. I have a question. You mentioned that police and the police department and was contacting the neighbors.
The engineer,
Or the
engineer.
So no one has contacted us, nor my neighbors.
Or was working on the thing. Let me look for where his is. I'll find out.
Can I ask you, Ms. Casaro? So when, thank you. So when you say that they're contacting the neighbors, are
I'm
you
just-
talking about?
Saying that she mentioned that the police department and the engineer were contacting neighbors. We have not gotten contacted by anyone.
But
And I'm not sure how they were contacting, whether it was via mail, whether it was a phone call, whether.
But do you know it was in regards to?
I'm just, she mentioned, that's what I want to know, I
Oh,
want
okay.
clarification, like,
Oh, okay.
is that, is it pertaining to us, or, you know, being across the street? Just want some clarification on that.
Maureen,
So the town engineer sent out the engineering staff to check the sight lines and we in contact with the police department. And they were looking at how to give the town, if any issues with the sight line were within the right of way from their driveways. And I understood they may have talked to the neighbors. If I misspoke, I'm sorry. I'm looking for where I took my note from the town engineer and I haven't found it yet. Had it when I read it the first time. So he has indicated to me that he separated that issue from the site driveway at this, for this proposal, from their sight lines, from their driveways. Being sightline issues related to their driveway. As I understand it.
okay, so he not only looked at the sight lines coming out of the proposal, but he also went over on the other side of the street to look to see what the sight lines were for the residents that
To
are.
enhance it, but it's there, that would be a separate issue
Okay,
with relation to their property, it's
Okay.
not related to the sightline at this.
Yeah. okay,
He was handling it as I understand it, as a separate issue because it's their sightline.
okay,
Or a question, and if there's, perhaps, some of it's topography.
okay,
Where the driveway is and the location, but if there was any brush clearing within the right of way or other improvements they could make.
okay,
One of the things we did discuss was, you recall from the last public hearing, that the recommendations that sidewalks be required for the project, and those sidewalks would be on the opposite side of the street. So anywhere there isn't a sidewalk, that would level the land in that area to create a longer sight line because you have that width of a sidewalk in the right of way.
all right. Terrific, thank you, Maureen.
And to that point on the sightlines, did they take in consideration the winter months when there's lots of snow? And we can't, yeah, it's very dangerous, there's no many accidents have happened or people got stuck coming up that hill, even going down the hill. So even us trying to get out of our driveway with the snow banks,
Oh, yeah.
is very challenging in the winter months, so I don't know if that was taken into consideration. With the traffic study, I also was wondering, and I don't know, this maybe towards you with the traffic study. I understand you're saying that 4 Rod Road can tolerate traffic for this type of facility, but did they do any comparison to the Middletown facility in the traffic that comes in and out and how that's going to impact coming down that hill. I mean, it's a quick turn into that, if you're coming down, going, I would guess that would be north, going down the hill. Is that gonna impact, because you're gonna come down the hill and you're gonna make that quick turn into that facility main parking lot. I mean, we are pretty close. I know, I don't know how many exact feet we are, but it does make a difference because people are coming down. So I'm just curious, I know that they did a traffic study and said that the street can withhold this type of traffic. But did they look at the facility in Middletown to say, okay, yeah, every hour or whatever time that there's practices and people are coming in and out, to kind of compare how much traffic is really going to come into that facility? Because you can just say the road is, can accommodate, but if you're not really seeing exactly the drive-through, because I think the gentleman that presented said at the last meeting that it's gonna kind of be a rotating driveway that kind of like for drop-off by parents and such. So my concern is, yes, if whatever times the 4:30 or whatever was mentioned, or around 4 to 5 o'clock, people are getting out of work, it becomes busy on that street. So did they take into consideration that in their traffic study? Because I think that's important. Also, I don't know if you can pull up that slide of the main, what the building's gonna look like. That one, yeah, please. So in looking at this, when I'm at the bottom of my driveway, it's all large trees, tall trees. And then beyond the tall trees, as you get into the property, it's more evergreen trees that right now there's, no leaves on the tall trees. Are all those tall trees going? I know last time we met, they said that they were gonna try to keep all those trees, but in this picture does not look like that's what's going to happen. I'm just, if this thing is going to pass, just the barrier, I know you talked about it's not gonna impact us with the lighting, but it is gonna impact because if all those trees are gone, and the evergreens are gonna be gone, because I believe that's what you mentioned at the last meeting, then you have no barrier at all. And there's no pictures of lights on this building or in the parking lot, but I would guess a 22,000 square foot building is going to have a lot of lighting outside, especially with the building being facing our property across the street. So I don't know where the lighting's gonna be, but I'm assuming it's gonna be quite a bit of lighting. And that lighting is gonna go all the way around the building because the driveway is going all the way around the building. So that's definitely going to impact. So my question is, what's happening with all those tall trees that will shade, like right now in the winter months, not so much, but in the summer months, will have a barrier, for lighting and noise and any other, and plus being right across the street from our property. And my other question is, I know you said till 10 o'clock, what ages are these young kids? Are they older? I know we said adults, so it's kind of, I guess, open for all ages is what I'm guessing. And is there a plan for any outdoor fields? Because I know you have indoor, but lots of places expand to outdoor facilities as well. So is that something that could possibly occur in the near years? Because I know we talked about the extension, like I believe that there could be an additional amount of square footage added at a later date. So that was my other question. Yeah, that picture there. So the main facility, then additional that could be added. And would that then maybe potentially have even more outdoor facilities as well? We have McGee behind us, so we already hear all the games that happen there. And I'm just curious, is the outdoor field a possibility at some point going forward?
All right, thank you. Okay,
answer?
Yes, yes, if you wish. Field some of those questions.
First one, play fields outside, no, there will be none. There's no room. Trees, we are gonna leave those, anything within 30 to 40 feet of the edge of pavement will be staying. Where it's directly across from your driveway. I believe toward the top of the hill, we'll be clearing a little bit closer to the road because of the grading. And that's where we are proposing, the plantings up on the top. If you see that bubble line, that's the edge of the proposed clearing limits, yes. Thank you. Traffic numbers, the traffic, for this site, if you're comparing it to Middletown, would be approximately half. As if I'm not mistaken, the only thing that's being proposed now is basketball, where they have other, functions going on. And the numbers that were used in the report, were supplied by the owner for the times. And as for, ages, they start at 6. But maybe you could talk about when they come in or what.
Yeah, so we started about second and third grade.
Yep. Have to come over and use the microphone.
Yes, so we start at third grade, some second graders are advanced, and those are the earlier hours to kind of get them home and get them ready for bed. And then we finish at a senior in high school, which is about 18, some of them are 18. Later in the evening, you do have open gym where some adults come in, but that's like sort of 9 o'clock-ish for closing for the last hour. But the primary hours are third grade to about senior in high school.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Lighting.
Lighting, yes, thank you. In front of between the building and the road, there are proposed 6 lighting fixtures. If you see that circle area. Yep. On the side, these are dark sky. The fixtures that are proposed are dark sky, so the light goes out the top. And they're forward throwing, so because the parking lots are to the west of your house, the lights will be on the east side and they'll be throwing the light to the west. And the photogrammetrics, you'll see the light, but you won't get the glare coming off of the property line. That's pretty much a standard requirement in almost every town, that you can't have light bleed from like a direct beam going off the property line. And we go through, this is a photometric plan that shows that. And we try not, those circles demonstrate the lighted areas and then you're gonna have a few kind of dark areas. So that's what those lines represent. But then if you look, you see those smaller numbers represent the light lead going out, and it goes like 0.1 to 0, and it should be 0 at the property lines of the right of way.
Anyone else from the public? Anyone else from the public? Yes, sir.
40 pages of notes.
Oh, okay, what else? Is he also?
Hi, I'm Mark Rushak, 9 hours away in Berlin. I've lived here since 1979, raised a family here, and my family still lives here. And they participate, my grandkids, in all the Vail programs. So I think I can address a little bit about the quality of the facility that'll be coming in from that perspective. These are great people and great leaders, and the development of their young people that they've done through my kids, through the program, my grandkids, has been astounding. They become leaders, they become super athletes, they become confident, they become good teammates. And this is the type of program that I think will be extremely helpful for any town. No one's really lacking this type of facility. An indoor basketball facility would really contribute much without costing the taxpayers anything. It's going to be a private facility. We don't have to go ahead and support it, as well as you're going to get tax revenue from this at the same time. So it'll increase your brand list to what we're doing. The kids today are getting extremely sedentary, we know that. A lot of time on video games, a lot of time in front of screens. Getting them out, and giving them a facility that's nearby and convenient to be able to exercise, and physical conditioning, mental conditioning is all part of that. So I strongly urge that we go ahead and we approve this facility. I would like to comment on the traffic I've seen in Middletown, because I'm there all the time with the activities. They've got more activities there than they'll have in Berlin. The overlaps have never created a problem. Traffic in and out goes smoothly, and it empties right onto Sunpike. Never an issue getting in and out of the road there. And I think there'd be less traffic issues from I have seen. I'm not a traffic engineer, obviously, but I think it's not going to be an issue as far as whether or not we're going to be overwhelmed with traffic in that area. I appreciate your attention to detail. Thank you so much. And I would strongly urge you to consider this proposal.
Thank you. Is there, I know there was. I know that. Okay, yeah, because I saw you kind of pop up before, so come on down, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Antonio Costero, and I live right across the street, 519 4R Road. I'm not against the project at all. I've raised 3 kids in this town. And it's a great thing, and I'm all for that. And you really can't compare this location to the Middletown, because the safety aspect of that hill, nobody really knows unless they live there. There is a barrier across the street that's been with cones now for a couple of weeks because somebody crashed in there. They took the guardrail out. Yeah, I've been there for 30 years, 32 years now. And at least twice a year, there's an accident there. Either because of the trucks going up the hill, people coming down, and they just hit the brakes and they just slide, either hit the mailboxes, go up our driveways, or down the embankment. My mailbox, I just piled rocks in front of it, so if they hit the mailbox.
Okay, I know you're out.
It's a safety, because the snow comes and they just knock down my mailbox, but with the rocks like that, it doesn't go. They hit my mailbox, they're not gonna come hit me as I'm trying to get out. I just think the site is, it's just gonna be, it's gonna cause a lot of accidents there. I can guarantee it's gonna be at least 2 to 3 accidents per year, almost positive. And as to the lighting and everything like that, yeah, you're gonna keep it in there, but I'm up at the top. The light's gonna filter up there. If it must go through, what I propose is flipping the building around. Have the backside of the building facing us instead of the front of the building. Because the front of the building is gonna have the most lighting, all the signage, all of that stuff. And I've been there for 30 years. I already have it in my backyard. I don't want it in the front yard. Basically, you know, and the safety about it all. You guys just don't understand that at all. No. They're gonna be, they're gonna wish they didn't do it.
Well, I think it's safe to say, as I look around the commission, that we all are very familiar with that hill.
Yeah, I am.
And I think the
I am.
audience is also familiar with that hill.
And if it's snowing or any
Yeah.
bad weather, forget it.
Well, you go the long way home.
Yeah. You don't turn left coming out of my driveway if it's snow. I do, because I gotta clean my driveway.
Yeah.
And it just, they come over the hill, the driveway is gonna be, for this facility, it's gonna be 500-600 feet away from that hill. They fly over that hill, they hit their brakes, and they're gonna slide down it. As I recall, after school one time, some kid flew over the hill and actually landed in the back of the school bus that was stopped at our office.
Oh, my. That's
They just fly right over there.
Well,
Thank you for your time.
No problem.
I'm not against what they're doing, it's great kids, and I totally understand. It just, I don't think it's a good place for it, I really don't. Got it in my backyard, I don't want any of that.
Well, thank you for that. And I think Mr. Ice wanted, is that when you shoot up there? Okay, and then I think there was some, yes, related to that, you'll be next. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Chris Edge, Economic Development Director, 240 Kensington Road. The Economic Development Commission did look at the project. We think it would be great to have another sports complex in town for children. I would definitely ask for your support and have the owner and operator work with the planner, work into the issues with the lighting, etc. It is well in the zone. I know it may not be the best possible location, but right now we definitely need it. It'd be great to have it. An amazing operation in Milltown. I'd like to see it here, and economic development, but it makes sense. I definitely understand the neighbors, and I'd love to the developer and user to put the standard, take them online, think that their shoes, and yeah, if the police can look at it and do something with the road, that would be.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roach. And to the lady. Thanks. You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Amy McBride, 108 Steeple View Drive, and I just wanted to talk in support of the facility. I have 3 kids, actually I have 2 because I have an adult now, she's 18, but my kids are soccer, basketball, they've been playing since they were little. And I've driven to Farmington, I've driven to Glastonbury because they have always participated in town sports. But they also are looking for something in addition. They want to get better, they want to improve, and so I've driven to FSA, I've driven to Oakwood and Glastonbury, and a few years ago, we discovered Vail, and we are absolutely thrilled with what we get from that complex. And it's not just the complex, it's the people. I would follow Ed wherever he went because he's fantastic with the kids. And I do mean that, and I speak very sincerely. I don't want to take up too much time. I know you have a lot of other things to talk about. I just feel very strongly that this would be a fantastic asset for the community of Berlin. I think the kids do need it. I think they want it. And I just wanted to say that I'm in support.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Thanks, Judy. For being over there. Is there,
Can I just
okay,
make one more comment?
yeah, one, okay, and then I want to see if there's anyone else left, because I know the hour is getting late, and I know that folks want to get on to talk about other things.
I just want to make a comment about the sidewalks. They're gonna be putting sidewalks on the street. They're gonna have a crosswalk for the kids that come out of that place to cross that street there.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're gonna be leaving, you're gonna be walking across the street. One more safety issue.
okay, thank you. All right, anyone else from the public? Yes, sir.
Good evening. I don't know if you're familiar with me, but my name is Mark Bovee.
Nice meeting you. You live in Bellevue.
I consider myself a youth basketball expert. I have 2 daughters who play basketball, one up and through college. And first of all, I am strongly in favor of the project. I just want to see this project be as good as possible. And in looking at, and I'm not that familiar with their model, how they run their programs. I think parking is probably adequate for practices. As you know, parents tend to be more helicopter parents, so I think the closer parents live to the facility, they may drop their kids off. But as they live farther away, they're probably gonna hang around and probably spend time at the facility for at least practices. And I know for games, every parent comes to the game, and that's gonna be the problem. If they have a model where they run tournaments during the weekends, you're gonna have probably 8 to 10 cars per team. So you got 4 courts, you got 2 teams each, so you got the 20, 60, 80, and then you're gonna have people coming for the next game and wanting to park anyway. So you're gonna have well over 100 cars for these weekend games, and I doubt they play back-to-back games, it's probably gaps in the games. And where these people are gonna park, they're gonna park the closest spot to the front door. Which my fear is they're gonna wanna park up Fort Rod Road where there's no space inside. And the space on the other facilities that aren't being used are probably not as close to the front door as the ones there. So I don't disagree with maybe this door should be flipped to put the entrance more towards the center of the project and out towards the Fort Rod Road side, because I'm sure people are gonna wanna park there on the entrance driveway, but park every place, you know, that's closest to the front door as opposed to finding a space 2 yards away and walking to the front door. So I think we need to make sure that there's some discussion of adequate parking if they run a weekend tournament. And I've been to tournaments in schools, basketball facilities, universities, closed shopping centers. I've been to every place under the sun. And parking is always an issue for the weekend tournaments. And I'm sure you're gonna have the same here. And my guess is not enough parking for games and overlapping parents coming in, because every parent's not gonna drop the kid off. But I do agree with the gentleman when they say there's gonna be a boom to the economy. Because I can just envision Central Peace being packed on lunches on Saturday and Sunday when people find out that that's a place to go. You know, a lot of local restaurants, people go to stay. My rule of thumb was always 90 minutes away. I always stayed near the facility. So you're probably gonna see teams as they travel. If they do have travel type teams, you're gonna find hotels and those type of facilities being used. So those teams don't stay in the facility. They'll go out and they'll meet someplace. So you're gonna see a lot busier Farmington Avenue, Burrell Turnpike in the immediate area for restaurants. They will spend their dollars as they're waiting for games in a very positive manner. So I agree with that. But all in all, I am very supportive of this. Again, my daughters played. I took one out to Middletown. My wife took one out to Windsor. We did this twice a week. We had, multiple games on weekends. And I think having a facility nearby is great for the locals, even for the people in the immediate area, because it's going to be another place for them to take their kids. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Broderick.
That was fun.
Yes,
Thank you, Maureen. There's a overflow parking plan. I think it's the third or fourth sheet. We do have an overflow parking plan. As the 500 Fort Rod is mostly a Monday through Friday operation. The owner of 500, there we go. That plan indicates the available parking. Don't have that number. There's an additional 250 parking spaces on 500 Fort Rod, or 245. I take that back, 311 total parking spaces for the weekend, including the parking for the proposed facility with the existing parking area on 500 Fort Rod.
Mr. Zimmer.
Just addressing that, I remember you saying over. There will be a cross easement for cars parking on other people's property there. That's going to be taken care of.
Yes, the owner of 500 is not. Yes.
500. Okay, so the cross easement for those parking places would be in place.
Correct.
When you file it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the public? I think we kind of, we've got a lot of feedback and this is good.
Sorry, can I say one thing?
Yes. Because
I know.
we wanna sort of.
Yeah, so just one last comment for the commission to consider.
Yeah.
Most of the concerns of safety are pre-existing concerns with safety, not relevant necessarily to property itself. And so what I'm hearing people say and trying to explain, it seems like snow concern, the accident concern, the the line of sight concern are those houses that are on the opposite side of the street that are there already. We're not changing, right? And so I think people need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay. Commissioner? Maureen. You wanna weigh in before? There we go.
And it is a long list. So, I want to point out that we have, up there on the screen, if you don't mind, so that in case somebody from the public is trying to gather our attention, we can see that. We have received, written public comment that has been copied and distributed to the commission. So I wanted you to know that those other public comments are in your packages. And there were some that were directed to town council. We have incorporated those and got at least one letter back and confirming that their intent was to direct it to the appropriate parties being this commission. So we included them all to you. As opposed to distributing them to the town council, who will not be voting on this application. If the commission finds they have outstanding concerns or other things that they would like answered, this does have a must close date unless the applicant agrees to a further extension. And there is extension time. The applicant has to provide that extension if you want to get more information.
What's the most close date? Is that?
I think on the agenda. Hang on. And,
It just was continued.
so we already had an extension to continue it to this meeting, because it's it opened on October 20th, so you have 35 days, so that was approximately November 25th. And so we've already used a week extension time approximately.
Do we
When
need
you do the math that fast.
Okay, no, that's okay, but they,
Well, we have 65 days of that.
all right, but we don't need an extension tonight.
You would need, if you want to keep it open for new comments or answers to any outstanding questions you may have, then you need an extension.
And would the developer, or owner / be willing to offer us that extension if it's so needed?
So needed.
Okay.
Thank
you.
So I was going to follow that up with the traffic study having come in, and some of the comments made with specifically with regard, well, in addition to the traffic study, but particularly with regard to the snow, any crosswalk and the traffic study itself. The other question to the town engineer that we can make sure we follow up and get comments from him on that.
Yeah, that would
The
be
traffic impact study is needed, received today, so.
oh, okay, well, then he hasn't had a chance.
So I didn't find, he did send a couple of emails this afternoon, I think. All I found was that most of them related to the drainage.
Okay,
So I don't know if he got to go through that report thoroughly yet, so I think that might be considered. I do have a list of items, many of them I came up with before at the last meeting with regard to conditions, including that if the facility and for the health district comments, any food service would require health district review and approval. The any misspellings, et cetera, on the plan be corrected. I think the Kensington Road comment from the police chief was corrected. I can't remember too many plans.
yeah, I know.
The building officials plans with regard to police MEP plans, the fire marshal's comments, and again, the fire marshal's the building officials' comments are typical comments prior to building permit, they meet with the permit plans, and that is typical. Or if you do choose to, do not wait for additional comments, when I last talked to the town engineer about it, he, suggested and was fine with final, subject to final review by engineering prior to permitting. That was in direct relation to the drainage when we had that conversation. The wall, the pseudo work slope, that was the other thing I would be discussing with him further. The condition that sidewalks be required. The limit of clearing be delineated prior to disturbance in the field. And the parking agreements be executed prior to CO.
All right, well, we have a lot of things left open, and because like the engineer has to review that traffic study and take a look at that as well. Because we will want to, I suspect we want to keep the public hearing open so that we can receive more testimony. So, because if we close it, then we can't ask additional questions of our staff, and we can't accept any answers. All right, so.
Make a motion to, keep the public hearing open until the
Next is December 15th.
It's December 15th.
December 15th.
Hopefully we can get the.
And I would ask I know the police chief said something in here, but I'd ask to see if the traffic commission can. I need to sign it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll second that motion. I see we have quite a list of staff and town comments to address.
Okay, Mr. Zigma has a motion, Mr. Rogan has a second for closing the, for keeping the continuing, excuse me. A further discussion, and all those in favor? Those opposed, so moved. Thank you. All right. Give us just a second to get this plan off the table. Oh, Maureen, do we need that extension from the?
I believe, didn't you get it over that? It should be back, but I actually might. Thank you.
Okay.
You got a water. You're my voice.
Yeah, my.
You want that out?
Still on there. It's been a big change.
Okay, so if we continue that public hearing, so we're moving on to the Roth, our next public hearing is the application for 554 Berlin Turnpike Associates LLC, 502 Berlin Turnpike, map 10-2, block 83, lot 13B, 522 Berlin Turnpike, map 10-2, block 83, lot 13, 554 Berlin Turnpike, map 10-2, block 83, lot number 14. These are combined public hearings, so we're talking about a zoning map amendment and special permit site plan. And we have back with us.
Good evening, Tim Sullivan.
All right.
Hallway with 59. This is the engineer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, great.
Good morning, I'll get started. I'm very, very brief tonight. When we were here a month ago, we just received comments from the town consultant, doing the engineering review. That those comments took me down to the total, Bart and myself started looking through them. We meeting with the town consultants. Bart's going to speak to those revisions that he's going to be proposing, just to give you a quick summary of those. We have a late meeting tonight, so like we consent to any extension of time necessary to get to the next public hearing. This public hearing has to close by January 12th, actually January 15th, within the January 12th time frame for your January meeting. A couple of housekeeping things. We are working still on the drainage rights to the north of the property and hopefully the town engineer. We will have a proposal that satisfies the commission at the December 15th meeting, I believe. I'll turn it over to Bart in a second. I also will be referring comments on the electromagnetic field situation. As you know, Sigma raised that issue. Maureen at the last public hearing submitted a couple of periodicals and treatises describing the electromagnetic field issue. We will speak to that at the December 15th meeting as well. But it's kind of like very long meeting, parts of it very quickly summarize our meeting with the town engineers. So
Hey, thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Marco Weber, professional engineer, Paul, H.E. Colonson, representing in Glasgow. My purpose tonight is kind of just give you an overview. We did meet with staff and our third party reviewers on the 22nd of November to kind of see the plans where we are. I apologize because I had anticipated to make those changes, but I have these cold bugs and headaches and other situations that not allowing me to get done. So I told Kim that I will get it done the next week and get it up in time to review this meeting. But as Tim mentioned, there were 69 comments and we kind of reviewed all those comments. I just want to kind of touch base on the points that we kind of highlighted about, but basically we are in agreement with basically supplying information on all those comments. So I'm not here to kind of argue that we're not going to take care of those things. I just kind of want to point out a few things. And those of you who have those comments may want to look around. But item 6B talks about parking. We've adjusted the number so it reflects the number we're all by one in our counting. But I should point out that I have been talking to Jim Mahoney on this project because he is looking at working on some conceptual plans for using the town of Berlin property as some kind of recreation hiking area around Sportsman's Pond. We can allow an additional 7 spaces on the site. And I've talked to Maureen, brought this up, that she wanted to have on that, so we'll make sure it's a friendly stage. But those 7 extra spaces are really there. So in the event that the town decides to use this facility as kind of a trailhead, we kind of built in a buffer. A few parking spaces in there, so we're not going to tax our residents. So we're going to make that known on the plan. So there's no misconstrued, it's not there now. It's going to be not there when we build it, but maybe in the future there will be, and we want to make sure that we made a lot of music for that. Number 9 talks about photometric plan. We are going to include a photometric plan in the site. There was concern about the darkness of the area below the power line easements. The sealed or Eversource stock will allow us to put poles per se. So we've kind of adjusted our lighting specifications in those areas. So we're showing lights shining in those areas that provide some lighting under those power lines. But again,
If a storage is not permitted anything higher than like 3 feet, it's like when you get the cars, so kind of precludes us to do any kind of major lighting within that area. There were some comments raised about snow storage. We think we've provided enough areas for snow storage, but when we get the revised plans, this is additional to the comments. We are kind of mark some areas on our plan to physically show where we're anticipating putting snow storage for a typical cold event storm. Obviously, if we get a quick blizzard, all bets are off. But for the typical 1, 2, 3, 4 inches, we're gonna basically show where areas can get pushed and moved to and provide enough area so we have enough room in there. There's a comment about environmentally sensitive areas, providing enough detail on the plan, so those areas that are constructed. We're gonna add a note to the plans, and I've talked to Jim Vogel about this because the wetlands are the most sensitive areas there, that we're gonna have a licensed surveyor physically stake out those areas. So the contractor is not gonna go on and zone it, we're gonna have a surveyor telling him where he's gonna go and he can hopefully follow the stakes. There was some discussion about building 3, and building 3 is the one that is part of this building that kind of runs parallel to Woodland Road. And this is somewhat important. The consultant kind of brushed the idea, maybe we could move the building forward, or maybe we could change the building in such a way that we could allow some additional buffering and distance away from the property line. Quite frankly, this is not going to be able to happen. We really don't have room to do that. We've pushed the building up as far as we can and as far away as we can, so it meets all present zoning. What we are going to do is put some additional buffer screening along the property line to help screen that building a little bit more, so it's not for natural vegetation, but maybe some some kind of vegetation along the backside. I talked to Jim Vogel on this because there's a water line that runs down there, and there's enough room between the water line and the property line to get that buffer screening. I don't want to speak for the consultants, but the consultant was just putting that out as a point where he didn't seem to have major issues with that, and maybe Maureen can address that. As Tim mentioned, we are addressing the drainage rights issue. That was noted in number 15. Number 30, the consultant was looking for some kind of past overflow on the level spreader. We had a little bit of a discussion about that. My feeling was the earth level spreader is the best way to do it, but his experience was putting kind of a concrete curb along the top, help set that edge. My concern, unless you have a proper base, frost is going to keep that, and you're going to have the same problem with earth. So I'm looking at the best management, best practices of that to make sure we do the right thing. And again, the consultant has experience with putting the cast structure in there, but he has got no issue if we come up other way than that. He did want a trash rack on the two basically impoundment areas, the one to the below buildings 1 and 2, and then the natural area above in front of the cul-de-sac area. So we are going to get set and put the trash rack in. That was discussed. We are going to add all the details that the consultant was looking for. This includes everything from curbing to well, especially one that Don Poulin had suggested was a trash rack, the trash pusher. We are going to put that detail on there, so we're probably going to go with a vinyl fencing type arrangement with concrete pad. There was some discussion on designing this for low impact development, but quite frankly, we don't have the room to do that. So we're going to show him where we have the low impact design already built into the plan. It's commonly known as LID for those of you who have read the paperwork. But we're doing a lot of stormwater infiltration around the NHN area and the stormwater management area. That will be in dispersal flows. Consultant was looking for additional information. Stormwater management report, that's no problem. We're going to add that. And the last couple of points, the consultant was looking for community building plans. I think those were previously submitted. I know you saw it on the first iteration, but I think we resubmitted those. They were. Yeah, and he hadn't seen those, so that problem seems to be going away, and from a geotechnical standpoint, the consultant was wondering if we had borings from buildings 1, 2, and 3. We have not done borings. The geotechnical engineer, when he does those designs, probably require borings prior to the issuance of the building. And we will lay that condition on the plans. And based on that meeting, boring kind of sat when it came to the town hall. And we kind of wasn't chat. I think that pretty much summarized major points of the meeting. We did talk about the other stuff, but all that other stuff is of technical nature, elevation, such and yeah, there's no problem with that. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy.
Questions from the commission?
Yeah, driving by there, there's a new 15-inch water line being
Yes.
put in the front. Is that going to be anything with the water, it's going down, looks like it's heading down towards that tank too.
They're replacing that existing concrete line that's out on the turnpike. Jim Horrible told me they're going to give us a 15-inch or 8-inch stone, so we can connect them to we don't have to tap into that. So,
The center of us.
it's
Big
pipe.
And so that's gonna be tapped in for the fire.
That's gonna be tapped into the line. It's gonna be a line that runs from the turnpike along the entry road, in front of buildings 1 and 2 and over to the all is
Fire hydrant next to you.
probably.
Okay,
That's it.
I think that's all the questions right now. Alrighty, so.
Just wanted to confirm that we do have another meeting with the consultant scheduled for next week. To review the next, before the next meeting anyway, that middle week, to review the plans and get up to speed.
Okay.
Yes, and receive new comments from that.
Okay,
Our goal is to have final plans for December 15th meeting.
okay, all right, terrific, so make a motion to continue this matter to the December 15th. Okay, thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, so, Ms. Dorsey has a motion, Mr. Rogan has a second. Further discussion on this, and all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. Okay, and of course, the next item was Thomas Kokomo, and he is not here, but we need to formally have a motion to continue him again. Yeah, good, yeah. Move to continue the matter to the December 15th, okay. Ms. Dorsey, you have the motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rogan. Further discussion on this, and all those in favor? Aye, those opposed, so moved. Moving on. What you guys been waiting for this? We have a special permit site plan application from Peter LaPont, Covas Kensington LLC for the subdivision of the existing retail building to create 2 commercial spaces and a drive-through lane at 1041, 1055 Farmington Avenue. This was opened November 17th, we've included it, and here we are today on the post. Okay. Good evening, how you doing?
For the record, my name is Peter Alter. I'm a lawyer, practice law in Glastonbury at the firm of Alter and Pearson. Tonight, along with my comments, you may hear from Peter Lapointe, who represents the Coldus Group, which is the owner and developer of this property. Art Beauvais is our project engineer, and Scott Hesketh is our draft engineer, is also present tonight. We appeared before the commission at our first public hearing session on November 17th, and the commission continued that public hearing to receive additional information with respect to our application for site plan approval and a special permit, and to address certain issues that were raised at our first public hearing. In addition, the engineering comments were still outstanding when we were here on November 17th. We did receive those comments from the town engineer,
and have had the opportunity to both review those and respond to those before this evening. We'll report to you that all of the engineering comments that we received have been addressed. Mr. Bove has modified his plans in accordance with the comments of the town engineer directed at those plans. And obviously, a final review would be made if this commission saw fit to approve this application before those plans became final, but we believe that all of the requirements of the town engineer have been addressed. Other comments by the town engineer have also been addressed. One is with respect to the traffic report. Town engineer indicated that the matter should be submitted to DOT because of the fact that Farmington Avenue is a state highway. I believe we've already given Maureen a copy of the letter from Mr. Heskett to DOT, but I'll submit another copy to the record. So we follow through in accordance with the town engineer's request that we immediately be in contact with the DOT, which we have done. In addition, town engineer was looking for a narrative description from our project engineer with respect to stormwater drainage. That has also been submitted and reviewed and I believe approved. And I'll also submit a copy of that for the record as well. I'm sure Orly already has many copies.
Needs for paper. Yeah,
Never have enough paper.
yeah, never had enough paper. Boy.
It almost doesn't matter whether it's digital or paper files.
That's all. I still need the paper.
During the public hearing, the commission raised a number of other issues that we were asked to address. And I think, we hope that you'll be satisfied with the information we have tonight in that regard. Our notes indicated, 6 items of, interest to the commission. And we'll address each one. One was, to improve the appearance of the rear of the building. Question was raised as to whether or not the rooftop mechanical equipment would be visible. Light intrusion with respect to residential properties, noise from the drive-through ordering station, whether or not it was possible to add additional landscaping between the building and the drive-through driveway. And finally, Maureen pointed out that the signage that was shown on the elevations was not consistent with your sign regulations. I'm going to work backwards just because of the nature of what we're doing. We are not asking for signage approval. The signage that's on the elevation is only to identify the tenant. We understand that we will come back with a sign package. Starbucks hasn't told us the signage that they want, so the only thing we're showing is sort of examples of that. So we're not asking, specifically, we're saying that the signage would not be approved as part of this process. We would come back for signage at the appropriate time. With respect to the landscaping, in the rear of the property, you asked us if it was possible for us to add some landscaping between the building and the drive-through. It is. We propose to use some drought-resistant types of plantings, specifically daylilies and/or ornamental grasses within that area to address the issue that the commission raised at the earlier meeting. The next issue was with respect to the lighting. We have provided you with a lighting plan that indicates there is no lighting that's escaping our site. But in addition to that, we certainly understand the concern that the commission may have. And so to give you some assurance beyond the fact that we're using dark sky compliant lighting fixtures, and our lighting consultant says we will not have any light damage. If the commission saw fit to act, we would certainly be willing to agree to a condition of approval that says that after the issuance of the certificate of occupancy,
On that, huh? In case they put the.
Thank you, sorry.
that's all right. If there is a light intrusion issue identified, and brought to the attention of the town staff, that the applicant will address that to the satisfaction of the town staff on a post-approval basis. We're very confident that our lighting plan is accurate, but we certainly want to give assurance to the commission that we'll be responsible in performing and confirming that representation. The next issue was the potential for noise disturbance from the drive-through order facility. Holdus has a number of Starbucks outlets and other properties that it owns. They have never had an issue with noise intrusion that they're aware of. The manner in which the orders are taken and the volume is controlled really mitigates against that. But we would agree again to a condition of approval that says that if it is an issue subsequent to it and it's brought to our attention, that we will address it with the tenant. And make sure that we're not disturbing the residents on the other side of Porter's Pass. The next issue is the issue of the mechanicals. We thought it would be helpful to we'll do that last. But it would be helpful to remind everybody what the current building looks like. These are pictures that Mr. LaPointe took within the last few days. There is mechanical equipment on the roof right now. As you can see from the pictures, it's difficult to see. If you look very closely at the picture that he took from the back of the building, you can make out the very top of a mechanical piece of equipment that rises just above the edge of the parapet. The parapet on the current.
Can I ask two things? So can you just make sure that you speak, like lean into the mic so that the recording comes out and the people online can hear? Everybody can see, or do you want it moved over?
I can see, but should the public also?
And is that on a digital plan or no?
Like, you guys have a digital we could share? Okay.
The parapet on the existing building is about 2.5 feet, so that the equipment sits 2.5 feet below the edge of the parapet. And as demonstrated by the photographs, the existing mechanical equipment is really not visible along the building. With the you had the opportunity to see some of this in our earlier presentation. There have been some changes that I'll point out in a minute. But of particular importance is the fact that with this presentation on 3 sides of the building, a portion of the parapet will add an additional 3.5 feet, so that we'll have 5 feet of screening from the parapet because of the fenestration that is proposed for 3 sides of the building.
You had asked us to dress up or make more attractive the rear portion of the building. That's the lowest element on the pictures that are on the screen. And the lowest one on this plan, we've added the same fenestration to the rear of the building that we have on the front. There's been a suggestion that we finish the backs of the front that's to make the fenestration, to make that more attractive. We thought that putting actual fenestration on the rear of the building, in addition to adding the same kinds of columns to more closely as the rear, similar to the front, was a big improvement to the back of the building. I think that it really looks pretty significant now, so that the view from that intersection of Porter's Pass and Farmington Avenue will basically project the same image as the front of the building now. And we think that that's a significant improvement over the presentation that we made where that was lacking on the rear of the building. So those are the, at least for us, the 6 items that the commission identified in our original public hearing. We think we've addressed all of them. We've addressed all of the engineers' comments and have initiated the interaction with DOT through Mr. Hesketh's office. We're all here to answer any more questions that you or the public may have. But we think that what you have now is a complete plan that satisfies all of the requirements of your regulation, excluding the signage. And we think that absent some specific concerns that presented everything that the commission would need to be satisfied that your regulation criteria for the granting of a special permit and site plan met. And again, we're happy to answer any questions. Mr. Point is here as well as Mr. Beauvais and Mr. Hesketh.
Okay, thank you. Does the commission have any questions before I go to the public?
Just one thing. You talked about the order box, whatever word, and that is going to be in the lane coming in, 14 Zach, 14 car lane.
Menu board, the menu board and the speakers are shown about here. Right, and they're separated from the residential use, not a residential zone use. On the other side of Porter's Pass, by Porter's Pass itself and by Volunteer Park. So it's some distance away. We're also proposing to plant evergreens, which are fairly fast growing and will be fairly good size when we put them in because we're replacing mature very bush.
Do you have any drawing or picture of their menu board, with backward height board?
I do not. No.
And that's the we just addressed that with a probably place down the street, and I like to see what that looks like. And it's going to be screened, the Porter's Pass item.
Yes.
I think it is going to be screened. But I just want to see how it is. They're different than the competition on the street, and I don't know what they use. Like some kind of picture of that.
The menu boards at the Starbucks we have at, I think the one I was looking at this morning was in Colchester, and it's a 2-part menu board that you can read sitting in your car. There's illumination behind it, so the letters light up, but it's not glaring because you're sitting right in front of it in your car. And the speaker, the unit that you can speak into or hear from is right there. It's a post.
You're saying the letters light up, not the
No, I'm
the
saying,
back of the,
I'm saying the back of that screen lights up, and that's it's the white screen with
the white screen with
black letters.
black letters on it. Okay. With black screen or a dark screen, lit letters. Different story.
The dark, very dark.
And I'm sure that Starbucks has some kind of paperwork for the speaker system, how it works. And I know you guys pointed it. It's on how much sound is coming through, how much the sound will be going out. So there's gotta be some specs that Starbucks have. Maybe we can get a spec list of them. See what that thing, that's a obvious thing that the commission chairman had about the squat box of the phone. And I heard seen that from neighbors. So if we can get that specs on that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else from the commission right now? No, go ahead.
There's like two questions that I have, so is this something like what it would look like? I don't know if you guys can see that.
I can see it, but I don't know if the applicant can see it. It's sort of like a. Oh, did I? Google something? Can you?
Just Google it.
It's basically,
Google it, put up on
so it's a grid.
Starbucks sign.
Starbucks for life.
I don't know. Starbucks, then you order board.
Yeah.
Are you an image? You just.
No, we have a younger one. Younger. As she's Googling away, I guess the whole thing is that this is a very important part of our town because it's sort of a center focus of the town. A lot of it happens in it. So that's why we're pushing for as much as beauty as we can get without interfering with the neighbors and without interfering with the traffic flow as it is now, because I know that a lot of people think it can get very busy on average times. So. Yes, okay, well, should Google away.
Yeah, it always. One. There are several different styles, so, I encourage that, finding out what the intent is. Here we have light background, here we have dark background, different locations.
I'll have to have a separate public hearing on what the person thinks. I know that I can do this. I have to make that Is it? Yeah, of course.
That's all it's gonna take to sort of be a good buffer is just those evergreens, or is there something else you could add to it? I know in one of the letters, one of the residents was concerned and mentioned maybe putting a fence behind the tree. Sort of add an additional.
If I might, I think that the same kind of condition of approval could be applied here, that if it turns out that the menu board has too much light, which I guess is all it would be, that we could work with staff to create additional screening, either by a piece of fencing or additional plantings. One way or the other, we think that the arborvitae is their evergreen and, you know, they're green 12 months a year. And planting a pretty thick edge of them is going to offer plenty of screening, but if it's an issue, I think the only way you know that is when it's up and you have an opportunity to look at it. We can look at pictures of many things.
Sound as well is another concern, like not so much, I mean, the brightness is an issue, but also the sound, like when the trees being up the buffer, the sound that's coming from, like they were saying, like that squawk box that comes through, that could be potentially disruptive to the neighbors.
And as Mr. LaPointe testified at the last hearing, the volume of that is adjustable. And it adjusts based on the level of sound that is received, so that if you don't have someone shouting back at someone speaking, that's not how it works. It automatically adjusts to the lower volume. I think that given the traffic on Farmington Avenue towards Pass, the traffic noise between this property and the first residences across the street is probably a much more significant noise generator than this order box. It isn't as if we're building this and there's a house immediately on the other side of that hedge. There's park, then there's Porter's Pass. And then on the other side of Porter's Pass is the first time we encounter a resident. So it's not, we're not butting up against a residential zone as Stuart pointed out.
Yeah.
And we're not directly associated with any residents, pretty good distance away from their first residence.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go to the public at this point because we are in public hearing for this. So is there anyone who wishes to address this issue either for or against it with share your comments? Now would be the time to talk. Yes, okay. Right here and then back to you. This lady is first.
Hi, my name is Mary Catherine LaRose and I live at 26 Woodruff Lane in Kensington. It seems like you're getting into the minutia of this, about what the sign is gonna look like or what the bushes are gonna be, where, you know, how big they're gonna be. I'm more concerned about that insane corner and all the traffic that it already has. Porter's Pass and Farmington Avenue, and the concern I have is with the drive-through. I mean, there are older Starbucks that don't have drive-throughs. And people, oh my God, they have to get out of their car and they have to go in and they have to get their coffee. But now this drive-through thing is just ridiculous. Down the street at the other coffee place that shall not be named, that has a drive-through, I've seen it where it goes around the entire building at certain times of the day. And then each car is waiting and waiting on Farmington Avenue, but that's in the middle of a. So they can wait their turn and get out into the traffic. But where this is going to be, you're so close to the corner of Porter's Pass and Farmington Avenue. I just think it's gonna be a complete nightmare. So my concern is with the drive-through part of it, not whether a Starbucks comes to town or not. And I know one of the things that was mentioned as a positive is the fact that it's gonna be close to this new center that's gonna have retail and residential, and people can walk to this place, which is fantastic. That's what I think it should be. Anything that's gonna be put down there should be something where you either get out of your car and you go in, or you walk to it. And so that's my opinion of this. So maybe we need to really focus on whether they should have a drive-through or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And the other lady here. Hi.
Hi. My name is John Carroll. I'm at 30 Pleasant Ave. I did submit a letter to you as well as a photo of what my view is from my apartment and also from my tent. And first and foremost, I'd just like to say that I think the coffee shop in a mile radius seems excessive. I'm also concerned that bringing in a chain or a franchise like Starbucks independent coffee shops that have come and supported the community and are really part of the community. I am also concerned about the traffic. Getting left out of Pleasant Avenue is often very difficult. You have to sort of cross one lane of Farmington, and then there's the 3 lanes of Farmington coming the other direction. And pulling out into traffic, if you have to go left is already difficult. You have to sort of wait for a break. So now if we are competing with those individuals exiting from the drive-through, they're going to be slipping into the slots where we won't be able to get out. And people that are coming in the direction don't see us trying to, come out of the street as possible. So there's already some traffic. Everyone that I've mentioned, and I didn't say anything for or against the idea of Starbucks, no one thought that that particular location made any sense, just given the general congestion. My other concerns are about sort of air quality and whether there's been any sort of assessment or discussion around that. I believe you all allotted for 14 cars sitting in the driveway idling. I think that's an underestimation. If you've ever seen the Starbucks on the turnpike, it's often all the way around the building and over the driveway into the next area. So I am a little bit concerned about the sort of constant level of cars just idling, waiting for, whatever it is that's being taken care of. I think at the last meeting, I said 1 every 60 seconds, plus 14 cars plus. I'm just a little bit nervous about what that does to the air quality in the area. If you see from the photo, we are fairly close. I realize like off Farmington Avenue, but I do have some concerns about the noise. I know we've talked about that. And I appreciate the offer to fix it after the fact, but after the fact is already happened. So I was the one who had suggested putting another barrier for sound and for screening. I believe your plan called for 5-foot arborvitae's 5 feet apart. So, in 5 to 7 years, that may create adequate screening, but in the in-between times, I'm not sure for that. We won't hear and see all of that traffic from the scene. I know that myself and other members on the street are concerned about our property values and the desirability of our homes. If we have this sort of public in the woods and distorted
Oh my goodness, it covered a lot, so we're in it. Okay, thank you very, very much. Anyone else who wants to address the commission? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Pamela Zinn and I'm a resident of 279 Moreland Road. And also the owner of Provision State Coffee at 848 Farmington Avenue in Berlin, which is going to be very close to this proposed Starbucks. So we've we've been a part of the community for the last 22 years. My husband's a pastor of Wellspring Church, and we've been involved in a church community there for many years. Really wanted to be involved in the town. So that's why it was our heart to be able to open a coffee shop. in town. So we are a specialty coffee shop, and I would say probably much more comparably like items, espresso based drinks and our baked items we make on site. So it's probably more similar to Starbucks than some of the other, the Dunkin' Donuts or some of the other chain, I guess, chain coffee shops in town. So I just heard about this. I wasn't able to come to the last meeting because I just heard about the proposal. But just wanted to come to voice my opinion for that. I'm concerned. I'm also, very much for the free market, so I understand that, but also I'm concerned about just the viability of our independent coffee shop. It's something that's so close, and obviously it's hard to compete with Starbucks advertising, marketing, and just everything that they offer. In another way, maybe people will get tired of the drive-through and come to our place where there's no drive-through. Come in, enjoy the cup of coffee. Our tagline is gather and belong, so we really have a place where people want to come and hang out. It's a different environment, but I know that the competition is strong for coffee in this fine town of Berlin. So my concern is that, and also I would just be curious, I don't know if there's anyone here from Starbucks, but just what their intentions are as far as the community is concerned. Obviously there'll be places of employment, so they'll be employing local people, but also wondering what their commitment to the community may be in giving back to the community. So we really put it in place of our vision is to give back to the community as much as possible. We partner with a lot of local vendors and artisans, and we do pop-up events. We do acoustic nights once a month. We have local artists that showcase their art once a month. So we really want it to be a community place. So I know that some Starbucks do have some kind of event with the community or something to make it local. So I would be very curious to see what Starbucks' intention is as far as their commitment to the community beyond just providing their coffee and other items. So those are my two concerns.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
I'd like to praise your involvement,
Thank
kids
you.
in the village and
Yeah,
what you've been doing.
thank you. Yeah, that's why I did want to mention that.
And I come get the calendar.
Okay, yes, that's fine.
Yeah, Dan Butler's photographs, Berlin calendar only in Provision State Coffee. You won't get that.
I gotta stop you there.
That's right. No. But anyway, but also just to mention that property did stay vacant, that for probably about 8 years or so. And we were the first tenants in the bottom part of that was quarters, or not quarters, Depot Crossing. So anyway, we're glad to take an unoccupied space.
Okay.
Yeah, on premise now.
Sure, thank you. Anyone else who wants to address the commission? Yes, sir.
First off, 2270 Chamberlain Highway. I just like to say that traffic is going to be unbelievable there. I don't think there's any way around avoiding traffic, a lot of traffic. Also, I think in town, we have 5 or so coffee houses now. And I think there is such a thing as loyalty. And I think the town should show some and support the coffee houses that we have here already. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, turning to the commission. Any questions? Okay, any questions from the commission? And we're gonna go through the plan.
Well, first comment I want to make is just that you also on this application received some public letters were received and distributed. Went out. As noted on the agenda, the public hearing can stay open. Should you decide to keep it open through the next meeting. The I would like, yeah, I think it could be helpful if the applicant, provides some indication of whether they expect some response from DOT with regard to, the traffic study with regard to Farmington Avenue. Porter's Pass is a local road, but Farmington Avenue is the state road, and, they've done, I believe, some intersection studies there. We did get into, conversations with them with regard to the park a couple of years ago, once that we were doing some improvements there, so, I know they have data on that, intersection. As far as the signs go, I support putting a condition on that, of course, signage is subject to separate approval. However, I would like an indication from the commission if, the applicability of the requirement that we have in the regulations that the backgrounds of signs be no more than 1/3 white, and if that would apply to the signboard as well. And in which case I would want to point that out to the applicant. Point I'm not immediately finding, although we did open at the last public hearing, and this week has been rather hectic in our office with all of the staff sick. That I'm not sure if I got comments back on the traffic report that was given. I was looking for them before. So.
Oh, we still want to wait.
Oh, we did, yeah. You do have comments from Micah Hearn from last week, on all the reports. But again, those are comments. I don't know if they've been thoroughly looked at by all of them.
Well, we still want to see what DOT has to say, right?
Typically, DOT does not do their final report or give any final information until after an application has been approved by the town. However, we have found that recently they, within the year, provided some correspondence that they would like the heads up on projects so that they can start getting a look to give a feel back and forth before projects get too far down the road. Okay. So I didn't know if the applicant had already talked with DOT. They used to, my understanding from our engineering staff that they used to not deal with applicants until they went through the town process, but now are encouraging the dialogue to start beforehand. So don't end up with those revised, as many revisions.
Okay, terrific.
I just like to ask the applicant, that is our little jewel, our damn Porter's Pass, a little park that we have there, with the gazebo stuff, the Kensington Garden Club does the flowers, and all that stuff there. So I would like to see if the applicant gets talk to the Kensington Garden Club, see if there's something, you know, the applicant do in conjunction with Kensington Garden Club, flower pet there. But whatever they would want to address them with that too, because that is, like I said, a little pride of the town right there in that corner.
And you wanted to address the commission. Sorry.
For the record, Scott Hesketh, I'm the traffic. I'm not gonna speak to flowers.
Okay.
Nobody else do that. I concur with you, but it's generally the purview of the DOT to review these things in conjunction with the town's review, but we typically don't get comments back from them until after the town has approved. They don't like to be in the middle, and we get a clean bill of health from the Department of Transportation, and I stand up here and say, I've got the DOT approval, what's your guys' problem? They don't want to be in that kind of situation. They'd rather have the town act, make their approvals, and then the state take their actions. If they saw something major, what we had submitted, I'm sure they would point it out to us. But you know, little comments, subtle things that probably not, we're not gonna get a report on that for quite some time. We did submit it to them earlier today. But it's gonna be several weeks, probably. I wouldn't expect to get any comments from them until after the holidays, frankly speaking, especially with the current workloads. In terms of the site generated traffic that we're projecting here, these are convenience type uses. They're not destination type uses for the most part. Although we're projecting a certain traffic volume, between 70 or 75% of the traffic that utilizes this facility is traffic that's already on the local roadway network. they're simply gonna pull in and make use of the facility as they're driving by. So although we're gonna have more traffic into and out of the site driveways, we're not gonna have a significant increase in volume on the adjacent roadway network because there are people who are passing by the site, stopping here on their way to or from work, on their way to or from some other destination, and just happen to stop in and grab a coffee or if the other retail space or restaurant opens up or something, I have to make use of that. Now, people will make plans to meet and have a cup of coffee, but that's probably 30 or 35% of the traffic volume. So although there's more traffic into and out of the site, not a significant increase in traffic on the local roadway networks. And, you know, in terms of how this facility relates to how facilities operate on the Berlin Turnpike, we're looking at a roadway here which has about 11,000 ADT. Berlin Turnpike's probably somewhere in the range of 35 or 40,000 ADT. Now, you'd expect there to be a higher volume of traffic into and out of these types of facilities on the Berlin Turnpike, just because there's so many more people passing by. So, longer queues on the Berlin Turnpike, I expect that, as opposed to this particular development. And we've got, you know, plenty of queuing space. And we expect that people will be able to get into and out of the site safely and efficiently. And again, they've got the option of using either the Farmington Avenue driveway or the Porter's Pass driveway to access parts of town. So we believe this thing will operate safely and efficiently. Now we'll turn it over to somebody else to talk about hours.
I do have a question, just really quick, and I know we want to move on because we have a big public hearing yet. We have folks waiting. I'm holding every time. My question is this, Starbucks itself, what are their hours of operation that's being planned here? When will they open, when will they close? Or is this a 24/7?
No, they're not 24/7. They're not 24/7, but they do open early in the morning. They're open by 5:36 in the morning. And as a general rule, the ones we own close around 9 o'clock at night. Got one on right off 91 in Springfield equivalent.
So that goes about 9, all right, and that's 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I have a couple of other comments that.
Okay. We will move on. Yeah, we need to.
Just from the standpoint of economic impact or competition, that really is never within the purview of a planning and zoning commission.
Understood.
And as I indicated before, the applicant is willing to accept conditions of approval to protect against ambient light, ambient noise. And I think that as long as you put a condition of approval in place, then it's a matter that town staff can work with the applicant if there is an issue. We don't believe there will be an issue, but we want to give you the assurance that if there is, we can deal with it. And in an effective way. And then finally, you've heard from Mr. Hesketh confirming the traffic report that he submitted, which was reviewed by your town engineer, and he made his comments. Didn't raise any issues that I'm aware of in his comments. Police had no comments in terms of concerns that they had. And you have our experts, engineers' opinion with respect to the safety and viability of the site from a traffic standpoint. So I think that the most important point that Mr. Hesketh just made is that most of the traffic that goes to a property like this is not a destination. You'll get in your car in Middletown and drive to the Berlin Starbucks. Stop at the Berlin Starbucks because you're going from somewhere Berlin to somewhere else. So we believe that you have enough evidence to be comfortable with respect to that, and you also have the further reassurance that the state will do this as well.
Okay, terrific, thank you. Okay, so, yes,
One more comment if I can.
okay,
We need to close the hearing. that the commission should determine if the deferral of the parking is appropriate. There were a number of spaces shown on the northeast side of the site that were available, but they asked for a deferral of that until the time that the zoning officer determines it would be necessary. Architectural approvals. The building is within the Farmington Avenue Design Standards District. I already mentioned the signs and the menu board. And again, I did find those traffic comments from the town engineer that only mentioned that the state would be with regard to the intersection, not the town. But he didn't comment, but he made no comment with regard to the entrance and exit on Porter's Pass, which I would take as it not being a concern. I did have a conversation with him, and I'll remind you that the driveway is proposed to be moved further to the north from the intersection.
Thank you. So I don't, I think I would feel comfortable in just moving this along and continuing it. I don't think we should close the public hearing as of yet. Commissioners, how do you feel? I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, if you're gonna do that, we would appreciate knowing what information it is that you would expect us to bring forward at the next meeting.
Okay. Let me just look through what we're going to. Yeah.
She just brought up the part of the park places in the back. And I do have a concern of CVS probably fills up that parking lot pretty good some days. And that's concerned with the number of park places there, that's why I'm trying to put the traffic out. One exit, but I was wondering if there's a possibility that those park places go in and designate those parking places for employees of the building. You know, parts of the rears or all the park places in the front will have access to the people going there.
So like
You know,
reserve.
employee parking signs in the back, you know, they're all night. But it may take some of those parking places to relieve them, and put them in the back.
I was trying to think about the traffic, and I think maybe now maybe the option of not an exit to Farmington Avenue.
There's no basis for that in any of the traffic reports or in your town engineer's report or any issue of that. You have expert opinion that.
It's more just, you know, living in town and traveling through those roads on a daily basis that you see, we know there's traffic.
If that's something that you think is a concern, at the very least, I would suggest that staff ask the town engineer whether he would support that. We would not support it. We have another business in that site that uses that entrance and exit. That would be a significant change to them. We rely on our traffic experts. I'm not a traffic expert. I listen to Mr. Hesketh and I listen to the town engineer, because they're the ones that know about traffic. So with all due respect, unless an expert supports it, we would not support it.
And so
We did just find a chat. We don't typically use the chat. And so either you can choose to, you can choose to have me read off the chat or you, or you can ask the participant.
well, I mean, if the participant is there, which is just true, because I really can't read what's up there that far. Who do we have?
It's Cornell's Bria. If you're on, and you can unmute yourself, I see your name is on the screen. Unmute yourself and unmute your comments.
Hey, everybody. I appreciate the time to speak. Yeah, my only concern is about traffic. If there's some type of an appropriate design for drive-through, remediation plan therein, I don't really see this as being a problem. It helps with, keeping our mill rate low for the town. I think it's a good competitive option for bringing business into the town. And like I said with my chat, there's a lot of loyal customers for local coffee shops already. I don't see them leaving those establishments to flee and go purchase at Starbucks. So I don't see a poaching issue there. I feel like the biggest loser here is actually going to be the Newington Starbucks, who will lose customers based on the fact that people are going to go shop at Starbucks in Berlin. I think this is a good idea for Berlin. And, I appreciate you allowing me to speak. And yeah, I think this is a good idea for Berlin. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. All right, so. No, we have until, we have to close this public hearing by the 15th, correct? Or 22nd, but our next meeting's the 15th. So we have to do something with it. Excuse me. What's the flavor of the commission? Do you want to close the public hearing now? And you moved to continue. Sorry. Do we have a second? I second to continue. Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller.
Madam Chairman, and
Yes.
as I indicated, if you are gonna keep the public hearing open, it would be important for you to identify what information is that you expect will come forward.
I think, I'm just gonna speak, I'll try to be as brief as I can here, because I know you guys are waiting patiently, and I don't want to lose any of the interest we have here in town on our next item. But I think what the concern is with the town, or at least the commission, is that we have a location, which is basically a very central location, and it has the project that's being proposed will generate a lot of traffic. So you have that traffic issue that's there. But I also have a concern about the drive-through window to the park. And I'm trying to find a way to sort of reconcile that. If you do go with the, excuse me. Okay, but if you do have these cars in queue or whatever, and you have somebody at the park, because I have driven by and seen people who are just enjoying a coffee during the summer with their kids, they're taking the kids out on the tricycles. I mean, it's great. But you have this queue of cars, and I want to make sure that it doesn't, Starbucks doesn't overflow into what that little oasis is. Now, I realize it's a really difficult spot, but I'm trying to figure out the best way. Can this work? And how do we make it work? But I want to make sure that if it is something that moves forward, that if this commission decides that that's what they want to do, and that's what they've decided is best, that it's also going to be something that we're not going to regret having in town. Now, people could say Starbucks, oh, I gotta get my Coca Mocha latte or whatever they spend the money on. But, and that's fine, and that's a choice. As opposed to going to another coffee shop and sitting down and visiting with a friend. It's personally a choice. But I want to make sure that whatever happens in the location does not disrupt everything around it. That's what I'm trying to bring to light. So when you ask me, why do I want to continue the public hearing? Because I may need more information between now and then. And I may ask the planner to contact you to say, hey, geez, I had this idea. Maybe we can talk about that. But look, That's why I want to know, if you want us to close the public hearing, if that's really what you're asking for, we can do that. Tim?
Yes, it's not up to me to ask her, not ask.
No, but I'm saying you're asking me why, and I'm just trying to,
Because our responsibility is to bring forward information, and so
Yes.
if you don't tell us what you want, I'm gonna come back on December 15th and say, here I am,
okay,
I have nothing to offer.
okay, but I think, I hope you understand where I'm coming from at this point,
Honestly, I don't.
okay? There are one time somebody-
I have a little comment, or the comment line. Colvest, very good company. I like what they do. This project came in before 20 years ago, whatever it was. And the project was not built after that, as for. Okay, there was going to be a hidden roof on that building, same as the CVS building. So, and we ended up with that box that we suffered for 20 years. I think your pictures you got here of the improvement of the building is improvement to that thing. Okay, but now I look at it, I say, okay, that's improvement to that building that we had eyes on for 20 years. Okay, now the CVS building's 20 years old and look at 20 years old. So, you know, that was supposed to be a project that was, in both buildings. So there's my intention, with the project. So, you know, I just want to make sure it's done right. We don't see those units on top, which you basically proved tonight we're not going to do with the new, things in the back of the building. And I want it to look good. So if we gotta go to Kensington Garden Club and plant flowers, I guess that's what we do to make it look good. But it's something that's very important to the town, that corner.
I think probably what just comes down to is that we've taken in a lot of testimony from you folks and the public tonight. I would just really like a chance to clear my head and think about everything that's come in. So if you're asking me if there's anything else specifically, before we go into deliberations. So I just need some time, yeah. Chris Edge, well, we have a motion on the table, so I don't know, go Chris Edge, no. No. Okay, sorry. That's okay. All right. So we have a motion on the table. And the motion is to continue. And the second was by Ms. Miller. So further discussion on that matter, then all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, so moved. We will see you on the 15th.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Continuing on, I know. Does anyone need to, I don't think they have to. Slide on now. All right.
I did one, she did 2 days. He's doing 2 there. He's where the water there. Those few windows right there. Yeah.
Oh, really? Time spot. So if you go, I think it takes longer to even know how to get but they're gonna stay there. Oh. They're gonna, it's ready.
Hey, folks, if you're online, if you are on our site. Okay, so we're going into the public hearing. Thank you so much for your patience, guys. This is a site plan application of H2O Farm Berlin LLC for the construction of 2 wooden houses at 2107 Chamberlain Highway. And, here we go.
I do one more thing, there's one name that cannot seem to use, it needs a cat. That needs to be muted. I don't have to, I can't find a command to mute that.
All right, Denise, Denise, if you're there, can you please mute at your end? Hopefully she will hear you. Okay. So away we go. All right, and you know what? The hour is late. I know we got little kids here and stuff like that. We're gonna be very mindful of it. Normally this commission, once you reach 10:30 or whatever, we usually take a consensus as to whether to continue or not. We know that you guys have been waiting here. Hold on. Hold on. I see you getting excited, so please let me finish my thought. I just gave you the foundation. But because you guys have been here patiently, we're willing to go beyond that. So I just want to make sure that the commission is still good. We've heard a lot of testimony, and we're hoping that by 11 o'clock, we would have heard everyone's concerns. So we'll just keep that in mind. So please go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. Brad Munshine, attorney practicing in Glastonbury, Connecticut, representing H2O Farm. It's a pleasure to once again come before the Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission to talk about this really exciting project on Chamberlain Highway. The project is going to build 2 state-of-the-art greenhouses for the growing of vegetables, namely lettuce. The project's in conformance with zoning regulations. And those regulations were recently amended by this commission. It also preserves the rich agricultural history of the Chamberlain Highway area. H2O Farm has operations currently in Guilford, Connecticut, where it operates a 2-acre greenhouse. The half owner that represents the farming technology actually operates greenhouses all over the world. And it's built greenhouses like the one being proposed many, many times. They grow lettuce for the wholesale market. They do not operate a retail outlet. The greenhouses use state-of-the-art technology to optimize the growing conditions. Not long ago, the local NBC affiliate here in Connecticut took a tour of our facility, which they aired. In a little while, we are going to show you a segment from that area. We want you to be able to see what the inside of one of these greenhouses look like. We should remember that the facility we're going to show you in the video was built is built inside a 1920s greenhouse, not a 2020 greenhouse. The facility we're proposing is more modern and state of the art. Next slide. So we're pleased to say that our site plan fully complies with the text amendment passed by this body that was published on January 6th, 2022. We aren't asking for any variance. And as such, we're requesting your approval by law. We've seen some references by those opposed to our project regarding the 2013 Berlin Plan for Conservation and Development. They have failed to cite in that document the following: that one of the purposes of this commission to actively pursue ways in which to strengthen the agricultural product industry and working farms within the community, including the retention of existing farming operations and the encouragement of new farming operations. Further, while we'll be paying a reduced tax rate on our farmland by law, we will be paying a higher tax rate on the equipment in our greenhouse and expect that our overall taxes will be as much as $75,000 per year. Because of the 200-foot setback required in the text amendment that this commission required, the vistas from Chamberlain Highway are respected, and the property values in the area won't be impacted, given the existing conditions today. In fact, our project is 242 feet back from the closest point on Chamberlain Highway and 328 feet back at its furthest point. In reference to the garage that you see on this picture, we are 233 feet further back. We did all of this to protect the views. We have to keep in mind that our state uses only 1% of the food we consume. We can do, and we must do, better for our residents. Given our climate, 21st century agriculture in Connecticut must move indoors into environmentally sustainable greenhouses for agriculture to survive. It is the reality of the market. What you see here is a stark difference between the view you have today on the property and the view that we're proposing. Next slide. What's the difference between hydroponic growing and traditional farming? Traditional farming, you get one harvest every 3 to 4 months. Hydroponic farming, you get one harvest every 6 to 8 months. In traditional farming, fertilizer goes into our ground drinking water. Hydroponic farming, it stays in tubs, 100% absorbed by plants, Zero goes into our drinking fund. Traditional farming, pesticides are applied multiple times per year. Hydroponic growing, pesticides are rarely applied. But when they are applied, they stay within the tubs. And again, are absorbed by the plants. Traditional farming deteriorates our topsoil. Hydroponic farming, no effect on our topsoil. Traditional farming increases greenhouse gas due to the transportation required to bring those products to market. 90% of our produce in Connecticut comes from the West Coast. Instead of that, hydroponic farming, we grow locally, we sell locally. One of the biggest advantages of hydroponic farming is the use of water. There's been a lot of issues raised, both at the text amendment and in opposition to the use of water. Traditional farming uses 15 gallons of water per head to grow lettuce. We use 3 gallons. Product shelf life, traditional farming, has 1 week maximum. Our shelf life, 3 weeks or more. No local jobs. In traditional farming on the West Coast, we create local jobs. No municipal tax revenue from farming on the West Coast. We create tax revenue for this municipality. Excellent. Now we'd like to show you inside of the facility. Remember, this is from a segment done by
Can't hear.
Right, so I find farm out with my friends, raise my local, super nutritious, so now let's go.
Going is money without door to go ahead and yes. You can do it in ample different. In all this, cities and making helping. So there's always a people doing and still in the garden. Yeah. For the scene, for the point. Versus outdoor, it's almost impossible. Because it's for the environments, it's a greenhouse, you don't spray from the top, you're going to get soil involved, it's all water. So it's not getting dirty from anywhere. So this is the nursery. Oh, the babies. So to see this baby was. This was on the 31st, last week. This one is only before. We can go all year round. I can monitor it, you know, from the computer on my phone. So what it does, it's check every day, go to the water and the program, whatever. You also warehouse is automated. So the nursery, up to about 78,000. So when we put it, for years it goes into the top. This is pretty much their finest to everything. Not this.
I'll take a nice little middle one. Here, cheers.
We have a slider. Take this and move it over here. So when this one goes back and forth, there is a space. This one jumps into place, shift it, it's going back, and then it gets pushed. The same thing is on the other end. Future is coming in between for the earth. And if you hear, We could actually hit the movement of the water. This water is here for 4 years. You can drink it. Water go.
We tolerate.
Strawberries, flowers.
Any more nutrients?
Right.
He doesn't need dressing.
We are expending years from the public drain. Phone, that would be more than that. We are currently right now, doing fast, it's probably.
Straight to the fish pond, in this case, the bar that that's amazing, and the best part is really hydroponic farms save so much water because they recycle it and keep it clean. And hope they don't use pesticides, which are bad for us and bad for the environment. So it's helping everybody. It comes from here, not some warm state far away where it has to travel for so long and lose all of its nutrients. You gotta try it. Let me say goodbye. So cheers. Local supermarket for H2O farms. Thanks for bringing us here. This was so fun. Thank you so much for having me. Get excited for the next Healthy NCT feature. It's going to be so much fun. And I hope that you have a beautiful, amazing, healthy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, that is quite a learning experience, but it's like taking the whole thing, idea of farming and finding a new technology. How does that take them?
It was very sweet. Sorry.
You go to the next slide.
You know, when we're going for the ship, right?
Thank you. So I hope that segment gave you a good sense of the way the operation grows lettuce, the lack of noise that accompanies the operations. The reporter and the manager of the farm were able to speak at normal volumes while standing right next to the growing beds. So if Guilford is doing well, why are we coming to Berlin? Well, H2O Farm needs to expand to meet the ever increasing demand from its customers for this type of lettuce. They've looked at properties in multiple towns. They need 15 to 20 acres in order to build an 8 to 10 acre greenhouse. They need convenience to highways and to the markets that they want to serve. H2O Farm put a lot of significance in Governor Lamont's visit to Israel recently, where he encouraged H2O Farm to keep the rich history of Connecticut agriculture alive. He encouraged them to build their facility in Connecticut, was specifically told about Berlin. Also, current management of the farm lives in Connecticut. And Berlin has a rich history of farming and agriculture, which H2O Farm is holding. And just for reference, the picture on this page shows Midway Farm on Chamberlain Highway with a barn about 30 feet high. We want to take a moment, just remind this commission about the history that it has with this application. In reviewing the site plan and the letters from the public, the project being proposed is significantly less intrusive than the current zoning of planned office development. As James Horville said, your Deputy Director of Public Works, this proposal has much less of an impact to the area than the actual planned office development that is zoned for this area. First of all, the TOD is an industrial use. It allows 40-foot buildings, allows outdoor lighting, requires significant paving, public water and sewer, which is a huge expense. The proposed development by H2O Farm has none of these issues. It must be remembered that this property is not zoned farming or agricultural. It is zoned industrial and for large 40-foot office buildings. That red building you see behind this picture is a rendering of a 40-foot. A POD does not keep with the agricultural tradition of the area. We do. Good luck. H2O Farm proposed the text amendment for purposes of taking another course for this area away from the POD and giving it back to agriculture. And H2O Farm complies with every aspect of the text amendment. The text amendment allows greenhouses up to 5 acres each. It limits the height to 30 feet and dictates sufficient setbacks to preserve vistas and be the same as existing chicken coops in the area. During the text amendment process, this commission considered all of the objections being raised by the neighbors now and conformed the text amendment to address these concerns. This includes the farming history of the area, the effect on the aquifer, the vistas, the neighbors, and the look of the greenhouse. Now that H2O Farm complies with the text amendment, there is no reason to deny the site plan application. Next few slides show how we comply with the text amendment. We are a single-story building. Do not exceed 250,000 square feet each. We're predominantly a rigid, translucent exterior. We're used for production of vegetables requiring special conditions of temperature, which is lettuce. A large expanse of the translucence of there's a large expanse of translucence on the roof, and the sides allow the light in. We do not exceed 30 feet in height. Outdoor lighting will be minimal. In fact, upon our rendering and architecture of the head house being done, we're only going to be installing one floodlight that will be on a motion sensor, light the parking lot for our employees who might come and go from the facility during darkness. The greenhouse itself will not use artificial light between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m. for growing. Hydroponics is eco-friendly, and there's no negative effect on the aquifer. We've proposed a 40-foot landscape buffer. There's trees, street trees every 50 feet. We have a significant setback on the property of over 200 feet, which is about 2/3 of a football field. What you have to keep in mind as well is when we did the text, when we asked for the text amendment, we requested a 40-foot height. This commission ordered 30 feet. We requested a 75-foot setback from the front. This commission required 200 feet. We requested a 40-foot buffer with the rear neighbor. This commission required 75 feet. We requested 80% building coverage. Text amendment required 60%. It should also be noted that the property will have almost all pervious driving surfaces by using gravel roadways and parking areas. It should also be noted that the property on the other side of Apple Lane contains a building that is also 20 feet, 25 feet high. Chicken coop. That's not very. The aquifer and water issues was a large issue raised by this commission when we did the next time. H2O Farm took that very seriously. To address some of the concerns of the commission raised during the text amendment, H2O Farm resolved the aquifer issue by entering into an agreement with the town of Meriden to utilize the rural water line that runs along Chamberlain Highway for irrigation. The town officials are satisfied that this does not affect the aquifer, environment, or fire suppression. The only well on the property will be used for sanitary purposes, which will use water comparable to a residential use of the family before. And remember, this is on 20 acres of land. So it's very minimal usage. All the rainwater will be returned to the aquifer through a state-of-the-art rainwater collection system that brings the water back under the greenhouses and into the soil. Further, no water from the hydroponic operation will be placed into the aquifer. All water will be either absorbed by the plants, evaporate, or is recycled. One of the other issues that was raised by one of the neighbors, the reflection of light in the greenhouse. It should be noted that the neighbor raising the issue lives on the north side of the greenhouse. That will never cause a reflection or glare, even if the material was not the special F-Clean greenhouse material that H2O Farm is going to be using. F-Clean is designed for greenhouses. Greenhouses attract as much light as possible. They don't reflect it. There's not infrared material in the F-Clean material, which infrared material is what causes reflection in glass. Instead, close to 100% of the light passes through the material and into the greenhouse. Any concern about glare is misplaced, it's not supported by any science. As I said before, any pesticide use is minimal. This is an enclosed system. At most, pesticides are used. They're kept within the tubs, and none goes into the aquifer. Next slide. Some other issues that were raised were resolved include fire hydrants. And then we talked about the minimal glare off the buildings. The project's going to bring jobs and tax revenue to the town. It enhances the property value in the POD with minimal need for town services. No other POD development would have this low of an impact. And it preserves the rich agricultural district area. Next slide. So now I'd like to introduce Tom Daly from SLR Engineering, to talk about the site plan.
Good evening. For the record, as Brad indicated, my name is Tom Daly. I'm a professional engineer with the firm of SLR Consulting. We serve as the civil engineer and the traffic consultant on the project. To walk you through the project, the site is located on the east side of Chamberlain Highway. The site area is about 19.27 acres of land. It's actually an L-shaped parcel. You can see where we're proposing the building, but there's actually a leg of the parcel that heads off to the north that's shown on the aerial photograph. As you can see from the aerial photograph, the general neighborhood is populated by some residential homes, both to the rear and also on the other side of Chamberlain Highway. And then also, but primarily the land is open land used for farming, both north, south, and actually on our property. The site has some variety of topography. The first, probably from Chamberlain Highway to about the middle site, the site is relatively flat. Elevation only varies from elevation 269 to 274. Over that, say, 10 acres, that's pretty minimal. The back half has some variety of topography. The most notable is up in that upper leg, that L that I referenced. And that's one reason why we're not developing in there, because that has some variety of topography. It's still not steep topography, but it has more topography to the point where that area varies from about elevation 273 to 251. So you might have about a 20-foot elevation, but once again, that's over about a 9-acre area. The site is basically has very limited vegetation on it. There is some trees located. I guess that would be the southwest corner, directly adjacent to Chamberlain Highways, there is some larger trees there, but that's primarily, there is like one tree in the center, which I think is the old well location. But there's no trees on site except for that one area. So what's the proposal before? Brad actually walked you through it, but the proposal as shown on the site plan is to build 2 greenhouses. I'm going to try to walk you through the site plan from left to right, which is, and on this map is north is pointing straight up, and then we'll get into some additional details. So we have a single access that is coming off of Chamberlain Highway. That would be our primary access onto the site. We have no access connections to 8 Apple Lane, which is a gravel drive, an unimproved kind of gravel drive to the south. So we have a single access. We're paving probably the first 50 or so feet, and then once you get into that, it'll all be gravel surface. Directly as we work in there, you'll see there's that kind of square area that's adjacent to the building. That's an area where the trucks back into the loading area and then also have a turnaround area. We've done an auto turn and confirmed that tractor trailer trucks will be able to do a K-turn on our property without having to go onto Chamberlain Highway. That's going to be a requirement of the DOT, but we ran into that auto turn through the property and confirm that. Just to the north of that, we have 25 parking spaces. The 25 parking spaces are the anticipated employee count for the full build out. So we put that infrastructure in now, even though we're calling the 2 greenhouses as phase 1 and phase 2. But the 25 spaces is based upon employees. As the video showed, this is a highly automated operation. It doesn't require a lot of employee there, but that's located there. The only paved space up in that corner is we have 1 handicap space as required by code, and we did pave that 1 space. Around the greenhouses, we have a 20-foot wide gravel access drive. The tractor trailer trucks will not be using that. That's really just to maintain the property. You're going to probably have a gator or a backhoe or just the employees driving around. Most of the activity, all the activities are really inside, but just to maintain the property and get in and out of the greenhouses, we provided that access road. As we look at the building construction on the rendering you see there, there's the yellow colored portion of the building is called the head house. I would have to say that's the heart of the operation. That's the offices. It's the where they store packaging materials. It's a conference room. It's the restroom for the employees. It's the where they can also but there's some cold storage in there. That's approximately about 28,800 square feet. So that's more of a traditional structure. The applicant worked with Quisenberry Architects out of Farmington, Connecticut. And I think if you remember from the text amendment where we showed images, I think this is very much an improvement over that. So we worked with Quisenberry, or they go as by QA&M Architects. And in speaking to the character of the area, they developed a head house or the office portion. Am I not getting picked up? Sorry. I'll try to do it right. They came up with architecture that is very barn-like, to the point where it has a vertical siding. Even the loading doors look like barn doors. It has a peaked roof with these kind of false dormers to once again speak to the barns that are in that area. We did pick up some gray shade over in here to create a little more interest. What you don't see is this plane actually has, if you see on the site plan, there's a break in that building, so it's not one big plane. And as we indicated by the regulation, we even put a cupola on it. So clearly, I think we tried to go really be respectful to the visitor as you're going along Chamberlain Highway. So even Brad indicated, you're really the closest point to the property line is 200 feet. So to the edge of pavement. So we came up with architecture. So the intent here is it really doesn't look like a commercial activity. It looks like a barn, and those elements there, even the small punch windows are really representative of a barn. And the building height is 30 feet to the peak, and that's a little unique, I think, in this regulation. I believe in your own zoning regulations on a peak roof, you go to the mid midpoint of the roof. But you wrote in this regulations that it had to go 30 feet to the peak of the roof. So we're 29 feet to here, and just to give you context, 29 feet is about the size of a standard colonial home. But I saw that it seemed to be a unique part of this regulation where it said measured to the peak. So we did that. But it has a peak roof, so we're really picking up some of those details. The rear, behind this building, you'll see that traditional greenhouse structure. You're seeing elements of that through here, and that's more of a that's your classic greenhouse structure, and that's more of a modular system located to the rear. But right here, so you have 3 loading docks, you have an employee entrance that comes over on the left-hand side. But even as you drive by, they won't look like traditional loading docks. You really won't. And we'll talk about this is not a high production thing. There's not trucks coming in and out of this thing. They're looking at just a few trucks. I mean, it's lettuce, so it doesn't grow. It's not widgets. We're not producing, 1,000. It's just a few trucks a day, a few trucks a week. They bring in and out. And no trucks really, as Brad indicated, it's not a retail environment. So it's just they come in, they load up, and off they go to Big Y, or off they go to Stop and Shop, or they go to Pizzuto's. Those where they're going. So they load it up. They'll package all the lettuce and it'll be ready to go inside the head house. So once the truck goes, it gets loaded and off it goes. Really, we're not looking to store trucks here. There is a small box truck that stays on site, but that's it. Lighting, we spoke a little bit about that. There's no intent to do lighting. So one of the comments was we need to submit a photometric plan. We don't have any site lights proposed. The only lights we're proposing is by code. On egress storage, you have to have a light over the door, and we'll have some security lighting that will be on a sensor that goes on, but there's really not a need. It's a farm operation, right? Most farms don't have them lit up like a shopping center. We thought that was appropriate for this particular location. So there is no site lighting in terms of the classic light poles with lights on it. We're not proposing any of that. Landscaping. And the landscaping is slightly different than we originally proposed. We kind of went back to the drawing board a little bit and supplemented. So the landscaping really have a couple things going on. Your regulations require street trees along Chamberlain Highway 50 feet on center. We've gone ahead and we've done a couple things. As I indicated on the southwest corner, we said there was a lot of, there's some decent maples and they're existing. Our intent is to retain those. So we're retaining those to the greatest extent that they're healthy and everything. So those trees are going to be saved in the lower corner. We have street trees along Chamberlain Highway at a 35-foot spacing. We also went ahead and, if you can see from the renderings here, we went ahead and put a farm fence along the front. So a classic 3-rail farm fence will be located across the front. And then
1 second, like switch to the next slide that has
Yeah.
the rendering.
Is that, there you go, thank you. I'm worried I might have to come back.
I think we're on the next one too.
That's fine. So what you can see in this rendering is and these were not included on the original submission, but part of the revised plan. So we had come up with basically a traditional farm fence along the property, and then a gate that's set in. So we set the gate in so the trucks would be able to get off the property, not block. They actually get onto the property. But once again, a kind of a traditional farm fence. While we do have the street trees along the frontage at 35 feet on center, we also planted understory planting behind the fence. So if you look at our planting plan, we are providing rhododendrons, hollies, and then blueberry bushes located behind. So we're having this layered effect of landscaping along our frontage. You have the fence, behind that are these shrubs, and we try to pick, I think 2 out of 3 of those shrubs are year-round leaves, the hollies and the rhododendrons and the mountain laurels, and then the street trees above that. Then flanking on the 2 sides as we wrap around, Maureen, could you go back? So if you see, as we flank around the property on the north and the south, as we have intermingled on the south, retaining the existing large trees out there, we've interspersed 6 to 7 foot high spruce trees for additional evergreen screening. And then north side, there's no vegetation there, so we put a heavy row of evergreen plantings along that edge. And then also to the rear of the property, there is a residential property located to the rear of the property. And located along that eastern border is a series of 7-foot-high spruces there. We're using 2 different species through there. So as you can see, as we bring along that entire back property lines, we put in a evergreen screen to support, to do that. And those trees, once again, we have 2 varieties of spruce that are 7 to 8 feet long. In terms of utilities, as we indicated, we do have to have a on-site sewage disposal system, septic system for this. It's sized just for 25 employees. There will be no farming water going to the septic. It's just the bathrooms and hand washing and those type of things. Essentially, the septic system is equivalent to a 4 to 5 bedroom home. That's how small it is. We have very good on-site soils. We did soil testing with your health department, and the health department has reviewed it and signed off on the design. In terms of water supply, as Brad indicated, all the water supply for the farming operations are coming from the raw water line in Chamberlain Highway. But we also have domestic needs. So we have to, once again, we need domestic water for drinking water for the employees and in the restrooms and stuff. So we will have a single well. It'll be permitted as almost a residential quality well. And once again, the demand out of that well is probably equal to a 1 4 or 5 bedroom. And once again, that'll just work with the local health district, but really we work very closely to make sure, and there will be no, even your town staff, there will be very clear, it's required by law, but there's details on the plans. There cannot be any cross connection between any of those water systems. It's not permitted. So there'll really be completely separate systems. Well, the domestic water will just serve the plumbing of the head house. That's all we're going to do. And then we'll have this raw water serving the irrigation area. Stormwater management is obviously a very important element of this plan. And we're really doing that in really 2 different ways. We have 2 stormwater basins, one located directly adjacent to Chamberlain Highway, and then one in the back corner. And those are primarily to take, the one in the front left corner is really to take the parking area, and we're just centering the water into there. And the back area takes a little bit of the gravel access drive. These basins are designed to hold and infiltrate 100% of all runoff from the site, up to the 100-year storm event. So we modeled it from the 2 to the 100-year storm. The water will stay on site and infiltrate into the ground. There's no discharges off site. In terms of the greenhouses, we came up with a concept where we are looking to basically essentially put the water right back where it was going to go. So water will hit the roof of the greenhouses. It'll come down through a gutter system, go back into the building. As you saw from the tray system, there's nothing on the ground. It's just it's a walking surface or a thing to hold. So there's a 18-inch gravel bed located inside the foundation. We'll be laying perforated pipe in there, so the water comes down the gutter, dissipates over the same footprint of what it does today, and infiltrates into the soil. So it puts it right back into where it used to go. And frankly, it just gets intercepted from the roof and then it goes right back. We're not looking to reuse rainwater for irrigation. It's frankly in New England, unfortunately, sometimes it can be unreliable. So that's why that raw water connection was just so more important. So with that so essentially, if you think about it, we have about 20 inches of stone over all the greenhouses, an enormous reservoir of storage for these storm events. So we modeled that all the way up to the 100-year storm event, and we actually did soil testing. Those calculations were submitted to the town engineer. And to my knowledge, we have resolved all those staff comments. I have no outstanding staff comments regarding that. So really it was about not concentrating the stormwater into, we have the 2 basins, but they're only taking a small area. It was really about dissipating that stormwater over the footprint of the entire site as it does today. So once again, we're not connecting into any drainage system that goes off site. The intent of this design is not to even, basically all the water stays on site like it does today. We do have two retaining walls on the north and the south. But I would say that the one on the north is about 665 feet long, but 444 feet of it, or majority of it, is only 2 feet tall. So it's only 2 feet tall. It's there is an area in the middle where it does dip down. And there's about, in that area, it goes from anywhere from 2 to 9 feet, but only a small area, is 9 feet. So about 20% of that entire wall system is only over 4 feet. Vast majority is 2 feet. On the south side, we have a retaining wall also, adjacent to Apple Lane, and that's about 600 feet. Now that wall is, the maximum height on that wall is 4 feet. And the vast majority of that wall, 65% of that wall is only 2 feet tall. And it's just a matter of, the natural topography has some little dips and run, and we're using those retaining walls to make that up. The town staff did require, and there's a note on the plans that any area that the wall exceeds 4 feet, we have to design it by a professional engineer, that's standards language. But the way this is apparently looking, we only have to design one small section because everything else is under that 4-foot limit. With that, concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
If you have any questions, we can have it in.
do we have any questions or should we go to the public? We got one question. All right, one quick question, and I gotta give these people a chance. You have to decide amongst yourself who's gonna go first.
This plan, a little bit different from the last plan we saw. Okay, this building was here, the second building was turned into the L. Okay, which brought this building back a little bit more. If this is longer this way than this way. So I wonder why the buildings will be all one straight line now. Okay, instead of that L, I know the topography on it, on the L, was up a little bit. Putting up retaining walls already. But the reason for that L was to put it back further and get everything back a little bit more. And I guess my suggestion of the fire hydrant on Chimney Highway was, after all. With that fire hydrant, bringing the water down farm, down Chimney Highway, that's not potable water. And it's just for fire purposes. With that said, you bring it down, I would say the western side of Chimney Highway, then coming across. I hope we will be putting a fire hydrant down at the end, wherever you end there. You know, we have any water that we can get towards Heritage Drive and those big houses over there, would be a benefit to the fire service. So, you know, using that potable water, the other thing with that hydrant is that you need to talk to the mayor, and if the rock coming down through that pipe, or a lot of rocks, they're gonna be filtered with some kind of filter. Okay, we blew a pump on a fire truck with all the rocks coming through that line. So before that line brought, you gotta make sure it's filtered somehow with those rocks not coming down there. That's it.
So we're more than happy to work with the fire marshal and the Sheridan as to where to look, if there's a need to locate an additional hydrant. This building will, especially the head house, will meet all fire codes, and if it's required to be a sprinkler building, it will have to be a sprinkler building. I believe we've received fire department comments and they haven't asked for a hydrant as of yet. In terms of the site, now I think, but frankly, what the fire marshal said is we do, right? So that's a pretty standard operation, but installing a hydrant if required is a little tougher. In terms of the concept of how we got to here, So a couple things, I don't believe at that time we actually had a topographic survey. So when we did the master plan, we did contract with the survey, we did a topographic survey. And at that time, we were also proposing 10 acres of greenhouse, where it was actually, I think it was closer there, but it was actually more. So overall, it was a much bigger building. But topographically, this site is basically designed to be a balanced site. Really, we're not taking any material off site. We worked really hard to get that finished floor set, so it's basically equal balance with the fill. And that area does drop off significantly. There's a corner in the back, and we started to study that with the concept we gave you. And it started to be looking like 20-foot retaining walls, because there's a 20-foot drop in the back corner. And at that time, we determined that was not the best approach. Because if you think about that corner, that topo over there varies from elevation 273 to 251 in the back corner. So the L shape, it just became cumbersome for the earthwork, and it just started showing up with big retaining walls, and we didn't think that was the best use of it. So in that point, we actually downsized the project to the point where instead of 10 acres, it's I think it's slightly under 8.5 acres. So really, we didn't have a topographic survey when we came in, and that's what changed the approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I guess you guys have had a chance to decide who's gonna go first, right? And you drew straw. Okay.
I could, to Attorney Montime, so we're on slide 14. Not agenda 15 and 16. Okay. Second.
Okay.
You ought to make sure they get to finish.
Yeah, we're still writing. That's fine. I'm gonna take the opportunity. That's all right. Well, that's fine. That's good. We can ask you later.
Okay. One thing that has been abundantly clear and throughout all your proceedings, including the proceedings last year, is that this is an active. You are talking about an activity in an active. And you passed an amendment last year to allow them to do that. I suggest.
Yeah, I think you have to lean into the microphone for everyone here and back to hear. Okay. Also, so can I have your name and address for the record?
Yes.
Sorry.
Francis Manager, MINITER.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
302 Summit Wood Drive. And I'm a retired attorney.
I would never guess.
When I go to speak before an institution, I respect the institution.
Thank you very much.
So you passed the amendment last year, started this year. I suggest that you didn't have the authority to do so. The reason is that under section 2-21 of the town charter, the regulation of activity within a aquifer is in fact assigned to the Aquifer Protection Agency, which is a flip arm of the Inland Wetlands and Water Course Commission. And it says that they shall adopt regulations to determine the manner in which boundaries of the aquifer areas shall be established. They shall establish procedures for the regulation of activities within the areas. And they shall set forth a form of application to conduct regulated activities in the area. So when this matter came before you, and you all knew that this was an aquifer, the one thing you must have done, which you did not do, was refer the matter to the Aquifer Protection Agency for them to establish the boundaries of the aquifer and determine what activities were appropriate within them. Now, let's say that they came up with 3 activities, A, B, and C. Then it would come back to you. And you could then make amendments that were within A, B, and C. But you couldn't make an amendment that was within D. So they would have defined the scope of your ability to regulate planning and zoning because of this aquifer. They had primary responsibility and they weren't given the opportunity to exercise it. As a result, I believe that any court would find that the amendment is null and void. They really have to go back and start over again, asking the Aquifer Protection Agency to take under its wing the determination of the boundaries of the aquifer and come to a conclusion of what activities they want to allow. Now, as I said, that agency is the flip side of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission. I submit you are dealing with an extensive water course. It starts in the heights and the cliffs there. As a matter of fact, in the winter, you can, as you drive down the Chamberlain Highway, you'll see the water, the ice pouring out of those rocks, right down into the valley, going into the aquifer. And my own property, which you can see from the Chamberlain Highway, you can see my property and Sanders' property, 2 houses visible up there. My property, about 2/3 of the way down the slope, there's a spring that comes out of the ground and the water flows down into the valley. Then you have the aquifer, the water flowing underground. And where does it go? It goes to the state fish hatchery. And no, they have never been notified of any of these proceedings. State fish hatchery is very concerned about what goes into the fish. And I'll get back to that. From the fish hatchery, it becomes an above ground stream. It's known as Hatchery Brook. If you drive along Orchard Road, west of Linden Street, you'll drive over Hatchery Brook, and it's even labeled by the town. Hatchery Brook. The stream flows north and continues through the North Conservation Area into residential areas further down. And I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, that it eventually reaches the Matagorda River, which of course flows into the Connecticut River. So you have what is the start of a major water course that ought to be respected. And the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission should also have been addressed in all of these proceedings, and maybe still can be, but they have a say in this matter. Now, I want to go into for a moment what goes into hydroponics in terms of chemicals. Obviously, it's water. They already told you 10,000 gallons a week, 300,000 gallons a month, about 3,600,000 gallons a year. Now, chemicals are added to that water. And 90% of what is in the water is hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon. Those are the main chemicals. The hydrogen and oxygen being the water. But that makes up 90%. And I'm going to submit this document which breaks down a hydroponics ideal. And it shows that nitrogen is the next largest thing, 2 to 4%. Then sulfur, sulfates. Of course, if you drink water with sulfur in it, it stinks. Then phosphates. And phosphates are released. And there's a bunch of other chemicals, but those are the primary chemicals that are of concern to us. And if I may give this. Now, what effect does that have? Well, I'm also going to give you a recent study, and I'm just giving you the abstract found from the internet. And you can look at the journal article yourselves if you want to read more. But basically what it says is that nitrogen compounds are toxic to fish. So the state fish hatchery, if any of these chemicals reach it, could become a disaster. Furthermore, you've got all these chemicals that, if they get into the groundwater, could in fact pollute or contaminate the water that is necessary for maybe 50 or more households in the area. If the wells are contaminated, our houses are worth nothing. And that's about a $25 million loss, I estimate. There was a house recently sold on Linden for in the area of 800,000, but I'm not using that high figure. I'm using about 500,000 for a more average figure for the houses in the area. So you take 50 households times 500,000, we're up at $25 million. And a lot of us have already decided we're taking water samples now. We're going to have them analyzed, we're going to keep the records. And if we see problems ahead, the town is probably independent. 30 years ago, I had such a case, Della Vecchia et al. Versus the town of Wallingford et al. It was a bit different. The town engineer missed the fact that that development was in a flood zone. And we sued the town, we sued the developer. The developer's insurance company wrote a check for their limits. It was only 300,000. But the town of Wallingford in the end had to go to the State Bond Commission, ask them to issue $3 million in bonds, and let the town borrow it so it could buy out the 12 houses in the development. And they broke down the entire development, and there's just plain land sitting there now. You can see it if you want to get off at exit 64, 65, cross over the Quinnipiac River as you head towards Wallingford, and look immediately to your left. Empty land for the last 30 years, actually about 47 years. So for the town's negligence, they had to spend a lot of money. Town would have to spend a lot more money. Okay? There's a further problem. If the water gets contaminated, the risk to health becomes much greater. Then you have issues of cancer and other diseases, and the lawsuits will go on for a very long time. So you have to know that never will any of these chemicals get out of the greenhouses. And yet, what they told you is that instead of having a containment issue, they have a non-containment issue. The water that comes off the building goes down into the system and goes under the building and into the aquifer. So if any chemicals get outside of the building themselves, they go right into the aquifer under the design that they have set up. So that does not work. You need a proper containment program so that the water and the chemicals in it in that building never gets out. And you're dealing with, remember, 10,000 gallons a day that you have to contain 365 days a year with no omissions, no failures. I don't see that in this site plan. Thank you.
About what he's saying.
Good evening, my name is Timothy Fitzgerald, I'm a lawyer, I practice with O'Malley, Penny, Larry Messina, and Zwicky in Windsor. I have land use experience, I was on the Windsor Planning and Zoning for 13 years. I've represented applicants, neighbors, and I even advised the town of Windsor Planning and Zoning Commission. So my longtime friends, Bob and Sharon Fontanella, asked me to take a look at this pretty much at the last minute.
Yeah.
Maureen was very helpful, gave me a lot of information. So what strikes me is the horse is kind of out of the barn because this text amendment takes away your special permit tools where you can tailor conditions of approval to a greater extent. And looking at the history, I don't know why you did that. I wasn't present. The minutes don't shed a great deal of light on that. Other than that, this applicant didn't want you to have that special permit tool. Where you could have said this is too intensive. This is a 10-acre factory. I know it's devoted to agricultural use. I know this is a new and innovative form of agriculture. Very true. A lot of benefits. I don't think we would question that. But it's next to an abutting residential use. And even though this is in the industrial zone, there's no industrial complexes there. There's no office complexes there. Presumably, I don't know the history, you would know it better, but presumably it's been POD for a long time with a requirement that there be public source. So maybe it would indirectly promote agricultural preservation. So to allow a development of this scale as of right with only site plan tools, like I say, I think the horse is out of the barn to a large extent, but you still do have some tools under your site plan review. And we did hear some details tonight that I think improve things a little bit. Landscaping is a little better than what I saw earlier. At least the oral comments. I had a hard time reading the small scale revised site plan. But I would still say they're inadequate. And you have the power under your regulations to, looking at Article 9(12)(c), you may require, you may increase landscape requirements if the use requires more extensive screening or noise abatement or to protect surrounding residential properties. So the landscaping on the south side, my client has a house, you can see, that should be far denser and it should extend further. As to all of these oral representations that we heard tonight, and some of them are in the file, the planner's file, they should specifically be made a condition of approval so that you can later hold them to the letter. Not all of these have found their way into the printed site plan. So if in 2, 3, 5 years, there's an issue contrary to what we heard tonight, conduct and operations, you're going to be able to say that was part of the conditions of approval. One example, they say 6 o'clock they'll start. I know from experience that can migrate back, especially for a food operation where they like to get going as soon as possible. And you can have trucks queue outside the building, even though they're not technically open, idling, fumes, backup beepers, that sort of thing. So You know, 6 o'clock to start that operation, that's early. They have to be held to the letter of what they say they're going to do. Construction activity, we haven't heard anything. I don't, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anything in the site plan talk about how they're gonna protect my client, the neighbor right there, when this tremendous construction activity begins. They're gonna remove 10 acres of topsoil. They're gonna be trucks, equipment. When are they gonna start? What are the hours? Are they gonna be there at 7 o'clock? Are they gonna work Saturdays and Sundays and evenings? I mean, they wanna get the job done, there should be this commission, if you decide to approve this, there should be very detailed, lengthy construction activity protocols that they have to follow. Now, the applicant said in the letter to the commission that he's eager to talk to neighbors. And I welcome the opportunity to address and mitigate them as we seek to work with all residents. My client says they have had zero contact with this developer. Didn't in any way contact them and say, what do you think? Is there something we can do? No discussion about construction if and when it begins. So that's a big concern. They also said, they talked about their Guilford property and they wanted people to check it out. My clients actually made an appointment 3 Saturdays ago to go there and take a look and see how noisy is it. Get a real feel, not just looking at something on the screen. Well, it was a no-show. The owner wasn't there, some miscommunication. So they didn't get to see this inside and really see the place in operation. They did observe that the exterior wasn't clean and attractive. But we hope that that's not going to be an issue. So we really, again, want the commission to make all of the representations we've heard tonight, many of them oral, to make them part of any condition of approval and to enhance the landscape buffer on the south side. It should be denser. I know there's some underplantings. I know how often that, doesn't really do much good. So I would say a more intensive screening plan that's approved by your town planner at a minimum. I don't want to take any more time because a lot of people want to say what they have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak as well?
Yeah.
Okay, well, go ahead. Thank you. All right.
Good evening. My name is Keith Bostrom. I live 97 Crater Lane in Kensington. I have the property next door at 2053 Chamberlain Highway, the tree farm. I'd like to piggyback a little bit on Attorney Fitzgerald's factory issue. If you go on Roponix website, they do mention the fact that this particular project can be put up anywhere. And they do mention the fact that we build a factory and to quote unquote, it's called an amazing factory. So I do believe this is a factory. I don't believe that the planned office development zoning is zoned for a factory. And couple other things, being the landowner next door, I was never approached by anybody for discussion on the property. And number 2, we at the farm, we grow in the soil, we don't develop the land. That's how I'd like to leave this conversation. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, here you go. That was quick.
Hello, my name is Jamie Hayes. I live at 116 Old Hatchery and I am the hatchery supervisor. I'm not here as any capacity for the state. I'm here as a resident of the town, but that is where I live. Couple concerns. I grew up in Shelton, which is a town just like this, farm town, old farms everywhere. And I was able to walk out my back door into Stevenville State Park and hike for days, right? Now my daughter can do that here. I have hike out the back of the hatchery, we hike out into the woods, and up into the mountains. So we're gonna hike out and we're gonna wind up into a factory. That's what I get to look at with my daughter as she grows up. I don't think so. A couple other concerns, truck transportation, you mentioned tractor trailers. You mentioned a couple a day or a couple of weeks. What is this? A couple of days or a couple of weeks? Because that's gonna be real noisy, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night. So I am curious, is it gonna be daily or weekly? How many trucks are you gonna be running? What else?
Bring it to me.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Air and noise pollution. Obviously, we have air pollution with all the diesel trucks. I know what diesel trucks smell like. I got one. Okay, they stink. So if you're gonna have a whole bunch of trucks idling outside this factory, we're gonna smell it. And noise pollution. You mentioned the sound of the trucks and employees coming in and out all hours of the night, or when they're there, or if I don't know how late this factory is gonna be open. But employees are coming out, if they're there at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, we have neighbors, and we don't want to hear trucks rolling in and out, early or late in the morning. Other concern is, was there an environmental impact study done for the property? I'm worried about habitat. We have box turtles at the hatchery, we have spotted salamanders at the hatchery. So we know we have protected species on our property. I want to know if they're in that field. I want to know if there's an impact study done. Hours of operation, that was another, if it's gonna be late with the trucks. The plants that you're gonna put in, are they native? Are they native plants to Connecticut? Because we do a lot of work on our property to make sure we rip out invasive plants and replace them with native plants. So anything planted should absolutely be native. And then also, potential spills. You mentioned you have a gravel thing surrounding your factory. That's not gonna stop a spill. What if one of your 50-gallon drums falls off the back of a truck and lands on your gravel? Where's that 50 gallons going? Right into the ground. You need concrete. Concrete stops spills, not a gravel. So, what's that?
Over to me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, shut
I'm
up.
talking to Dan, but I'm talking to So the concrete is one of the only things that's going to stop. I mean, obviously you can do plastic, but that's not a solution for outside of an exterior building like that. Like gravel's not gonna do it. You drop a 50-gallon drum of pesticides on the ground, it's going right into our water. Now, we have looked into geological studies as far as how close we are to the hatcheries aquifer to this aquifer. There's no direct connection, but that doesn't mean that these chemicals can't leach into our ground other ways. We are a pretty good distance from it, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna happen. We were not guaranteed that this would not spill into our waterway. And yes, we are the sole provider of hatchery growth. So we brought that up, we pump that water out of the ground, and that's where it starts. So anything that gets into the hatchery, will inevitably get into that brook, flow right through town. That's it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you. And who's next? Oh, okay, this gentleman, and then how about you? So, being with you. You ready to go?
Okay, thank you for having the opportunity for the public to speak, by the way.
Oh, yeah, well, I wanted to.
My name is Doug Sanders, 336 Summitwood Drive. I won't repeat a lot of the facts that we've seen from the two attorneys and other speakers here. But one of the principal things I noted is if there is a leak, what type of monitoring it will be in place and who will monitor it. Typically in commercial sites, you will have perimeter wells around the facility and they will be actively monitored. So that is something that can be actively done if people are concerned about that. I did hear, quote unquote, that Guilford is doing well. Well, I don't know how you define well. I went down there yesterday, 2 days ago. One greenhouse is actively growing. The other one is a disgrace. Broken panels all over the place. It's so dilapidated. I am concerned with what this is going to look like in 10, 15 years. Who's going to maintain this?
Right.
It's a terrible condition down there. The video you saw was of the one active greenhouse, not the other one. Okay, and let's see, what else? I didn't hear where the energy is coming from for the CHP. Okay, that has not been addressed. Maybe I missed it. And I don't know if I misheard, but I heard the water coming up from the Meriden line is only for fire hydrants and not for use actively in the greenhouses. Could we clarify that right now? Because I don't know which tack to take.
Okay, so you're asking me to, we will ask the applicant.
Yeah, I think I heard over here, it was only for use by the fire hydrants.
Is that a true statement? I'm gonna go to the applicant to ask which one of you would like to address the question.
For the record, Tom Daly.
Yes, Tom Daly, thank you.
Yes, currently the raw, oh, sorry,
Sorry.
the raw water line already is hydrosided as it exists today. The raw water will be used for irrigation water inside the greenhouse. We will have a domestic well just for the domestic uses in terms of washing restrooms. So we will be using raw water for the irrigation purposes. We will not be putting a well in to serve. The raw water from the main and Chamberlain Highway will be tapped into, a line will go from there into the greenhouse, and we will use that water for farming purposes.
Is that coming from Meriden?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, and we have an agreement with Meriden to protect that water.
Okay, so thank you for correcting that. I want to make sure the record shows that. That is not what we heard previously as a comment. Now, my biggest point is, once this factory is built, there's a lot of land on Chamberlain Highway going south that's on for sale right now. So don't think that if this goes in, this will be the last factory. Thank you.
Thank you. And, Mr. Edge, okay, all right. Yeah, and then we're gonna go back to the.
My name is David James. I reside at 1830 Chamberlain Highway. Basically 2 points. One, in the whole display and all the architectural renderings, I saw, attractive facades for people traveling by. I don't see that same concern paid for people that live in the area. From the corner of my property, actually, if I have to go out to lawn, so I have to go through part of my neighbor's backyard, but I walk there every day. I full view, south. So I will see these buildings. They're gonna, unfortunately, if put in, they will take away probably one of the most beautiful vistas I've seen.
Yes.
So there's that concern. I have a concern about noise and lighting. Presently, I almost have a dark sky situation in my backyard. I can see stars every night. I'm not sure what kind of light is going to emanate from this facility, but it's definitely, I can't see it not increasing the light. And noise, I haven't been to one of these facilities. I also have a very quiet yard in the back and will not be so if this factory emanates sound. So other than that, the only other concern that I have at present is I'm wondering about maintenance protocol. If they have a system that has gravel with piping, perforated piping underneath. In my experience is that kind of stuff is clogged up pretty quick. If that stuff becomes inoperable, then we've got conditions in the area. So just my thought.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, first, and then we're going over, you're gonna be next, that's what we're going.
Chris Edge, 40 Kensington Road, just a clarification, if you will. I had spoken to the couple folks that were gonna go down to see the property. And I was the one that screwed it up and did not let them know that they're gonna be showing up that day. So that was actually my fault. That was not them not showing up. In addition, we had tried to set up a couple different other visits. It did not work out. It was not something we didn't show up. That was actually my error
Yeah.
on doing that, but we did try a couple of times to get folks together and did not work the dates out. So it wasn't that they were blowing them off. That was my error on my part. So make that,
Okay. So you're gonna
make that
own
clear.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna own that. That's me. That was just my screw up. I'm not communicating to the two parties. That wasn't an intentional thing on their part.
All right, terrific, thank you. Now,
Let me ask that guy a question.
wait, well, if you come, I'll tell you, if you come to the podium with,
You had the economic development in town, right?
all right, hang on. You have to use the microphone because we need a public record. Somebody just might not know who you are. Okay,
Steve Reynolds, I live at 131 Longview Drive in Kent.
okay, thank you.
I have a couple questions for you. Who are the economic development person in the town, right?
Yes, he is. You have to come through me. You have to go
Okay,
through the
all
chair,
right.
sorry.
In the file is basically a letter from the Economic Development Commission of the town. They voted 5-0 to oppose this project. Is that correct?
Chris?
Yes, that is correct. And the letter was.
Okay,
That's it.
all right, thank you. It's like, yeah, your turn. I know, you're sitting up. Except for the people standing that I wish you want to know. So I'm Crystal from 423 High Road, right where the Chamberlain Highway meets High Road in Kensington. I think we were, yeah. So the interesting thing for me that affects my neighborhood the most is even though this is all the way on the other side of town, we're still gonna have possibilities of the pollution and all the things that other members have brought up about contamination, the environmental health, wildlife factors and all that, because as all of us know, Berlin's a bunch of swamps, a bunch of interconnected swamps. So one thing happens, one thing, it hits the whole town. I have my parents I'm taking care of. I have. Okay. Hang on. Okay. You think you got it? Okay, because I couldn't hear what this nice lady was saying. Okay, go ahead. So anything we do in this whole farming area of town, whatever it's known as, we gotta make sure that we're super on top of our environmental impact because there isn't any part of this town, even though I'm more on the hill and more in the downtown area. I still get lots of side effects from if it's super marshy over there, if there's a lot of snow runoff over there, it still affects my neighborhood. And with the traffic from the construction of this facility and overall traffic from the production of this facility, it still has a huge toll on the Chamberlain Highway. As it is, it's a very unsafe road that cannot handle the volume it already has. We have several accidents on a regular basis on my section of the Chamberlain. We have people parking on the road that should not go there, that don't, they get hit all the time. I've been run off the road in my own driveway repeatedly this year. So to add tractor trailers to the large volume of tractor trailers just makes it that much more unsafe for these other neighborhoods that people are forgetting are attached to the highway. And even though it's on the other end, you can't get to most of the highways in town without going through my neighborhood. We have schools there. We have actually 2 schools in my neighborhood. We have elderly complex very close by. We have the liquor store. We have new things going into the old Ferndale Plaza. That's already adding a toll. When we don't have sufficient traffic control, we don't have sufficient patrolling with the cops. We don't have the infrastructure to support just the things needed for people in this operation. We need to consider the outlying areas impact, not just the immediate neighborhood, because the people that live next door are definitely gonna feel it first, but it's gonna bring down a lot of stuff in this entire town. And do we wanna have the town, we can't have kids walking around and playing on bikes and going hiking across the street in certain neighborhoods. Factory, or lettuce, or what they're gonna start as lettuce, and then who knows if we have any oversight to what it turns into later, or when they adjust. We need to make sure that if this does get approved, we have a very firm understanding of where its direction is. And we have the ability to put boundaries within our community. Okay, terrific, thank you. You know, we love our officers here. Okay. They can try to do a really good job. I know.
So hard to get anyone up there.
Well, it's- Okay, yes.
I'm Betsy Andrews and I live on 356 Somerville Drive. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, now we can.
I had a pretty prepared statement to make. I had a lot of points, but many people have brought them up, but I'll just look at mine too. I'm very concerned about the protection of the aquifer for all those reasons that were stated. And so I went to Berlin Inlands and Wetlands, and I learned that it does not provide any oversight for the South Kensington aquifer. None. It does provide oversight for the aquifer on Elton Road, but basically this aquifer is left exposed. And I am very concerned about that. So I'm going to ask, is the town of Berlin prepared to drill perimeter wells to monitor aquifer protection? Is the town of Berlin prepared for the legal ramifications should any aquifer contamination occur? The second thing, I very much wanted to say a lot about the environmental pollution possibilities, but at this point, I will just simply say that in contacting Conservation Commission and the Department of Environmental Protection, it doesn't seem that there has been any communication or work along that line. And considering that this could have, very strong environmental pollution impact, those agencies should be involved, seriously involved. The other thing I'm just going to say, there is this plan for conservation and development that planning and zoning adopted in 2013. And in it, you talk so much about the concern for pure, clean water for Berlin and the impact of the cultural landscape. And I appreciate this project tries to respect that. But when push comes to shove, as they say, it is a factory that's dressed up on the exterior. And it will dramatically affect this beautiful vista along the Chamberlain Highway Ridge that Dr. McIntosh from this commission worked so hard on that particular document to make sure that area was always going to be preserved as a beautiful piece of land for Berlin. And he said, for the legacy for future generations to provide permanent beauty with pure, clean water and to protect Berlin's scenic roads and byways, which afford a vista of farmland and ridges. And I think we have to respect that. And that was this commission in 2013 that tried to codify why that was going to be so important. And the last thing that I will just say is that my husband and I did go and take a look at the Guilford location. And we were really concerned about how one greenhouse had lettuce growing in it. The other one had fallen into disrepair. It was overgrown with weeds, broken glass panels, and maybe they just sort of given up on the location. I don't know the reason for the disrepair, but that greatly confused us because in the beginning it'll all look beautiful. What's it going to look like as time goes on? And I think that concludes my comments. I'm just going to say that I'm not against hydroponic farming. All I will say is that this particular hydroponic commercial endeavor, which really looks like a large Amazon warehouse market. I know it's certainly a certain height, but it is massive in its scope. I think it's a very bad move for a beautiful area of South Kensington. And I think that concludes my comments. Okay. I think and then I'll. You guys were great.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
6:30.
Okay. Yes, sir.
My name is Dan Schreier.
It's 2339 Chamberlain Highway. It's been for about 5 or 6 years, but before that, my in-laws house we had to purchase that from. I think the aquifer issue has kind of been established. The Hatchery Brook issue has been established. The gentleman made a comment who operates the hatchery that, yeah, they're a bit of a ways away. And Hatchery Brook runs into the Madabask eventually. There's another waterway, that's directly behind my house. I believe it starts as Crooked Brook and then it goes into Belcher Brook that also runs the Madabask. So again, it speaks to the fact that this area has a lot of water resources besides the aquifer, besides Hatchery Brook that we need to take into consideration for this. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, yes, sir. Don't be shy. And you waited all this time. You're not gonna go home and say she didn't give me a chance to talk.
Guy Hoffman, 1518 Winter Road.
I know. Yeah, okay.
Almost age.
Yes.
Yeah. My comments are probably a little bit more.
Microphone.
Oh,
Sorry, my comments are probably a little bit more towards the commission here. Concern that I have with it is, the area along the Chamberlain Highway is outside of the water, town water and sewer service. Even though this has been zoned to be able to put non-agricultural buildings in, it's always been looked at as being limited by the fact that you would have to have water from a well and septic system on the same property. And that would limit the size and scope of any kind of project. I don't know if this goes along with the town policies of tapping water from Meriden for a facility in an area where town water is not supposed to be supplied. And just because it's coming from Meriden and it's not drinkable, it really does change the dynamics out in the Chamberlain Heights, that whole area of town. And as a member of another commission in town, I'm kind of worried about, like, has this set or is potentially setting a precedent for all kinds of other development in an area where it has really been zoned for septic system and well water as the basis for what happens on the property. And, so I am concerned about that. I'm not quite sure that that's really in line with the intent of the plan of conservation development in the current regs. I'm also, just as far as here in the plan, a little bit concerned, there's a lot of water, 10,000 gallons a day. What happens where does this water go if there's some kind of problem with their system? Does it all just dump down, inside the building? Does it go out? What happens with it? And I guess they said that there's no discharge. I don't know if there is or there isn't. It would be good to know really the water chemistry of the water that's a potential discharge, at least during some kind of problem with their system. Thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Oh, she's getting up to leave, not getting up to talk. Who else? Who else?
I don't have, that we have.
So can you tell me if anyone online? While you're trying to figure out why he's still with us.
Oh, but
And then after her, the gentleman back who wanted to address, okay. You'll be next.
I think it's for their implementation mode, if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask the attorney to put this up. How to get myself. Okay. Oh, we can. This deal.
I don't do this. I know, I'm gonna go.
I was looking for. All right. So I do have at least one person online who is asking to speak. Okay.
Well, we'll get to them soon, but we have right here.
Sharon Fontanella, 2127 Chamberlain. Our home is probably impacted more than any other building on the Chamberlain Highway. We're within feet of Apple Lane. The new facility is, it's interesting to me that I heard tonight that they're leaving a buffer of 75 feet in the rear of the building and 200 feet in the front of the building. And we have a 40-foot buffer on the sideline between our house and the building, where we're the closest structure to it. I was also dismayed that we were notified much earlier in this process so that we could have been present. Of course, we would have been here. And I'm going to keep it very brief because a lot of points were touched on, but I wanted to say to you all, we're losing our farms. They're disappearing. We have 12 left in all of Berlin. What's going to happen to the Berlin Fair? It's not going to be an agricultural fair for our grandchildren. We're losing our local produce. We have a little vegetable stand we got this year. And it was great fun and we were very reasonable. What happened to all the vegetable stands on the Chamberlain Highway? Well, the farms disappeared and they became developments. And this is the beginning of another string of developments if you let it go forward. Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes, you, and then we're gonna go to the personnel one.
Let's go to 8 Edward Road. Just like to say a couple of things. Work security, work in machine shops. Anything to do with industrial, gonna create trash, gonna create waste, gonna create anything like that. Anything you use for your machinery, any trucks coming in, will pile up somehow on your property and then leach in. Guaranteed. Look at our town. We have a couple of greenhouses that didn't quite make it. Ours, other things. What happened to those properties? Everything that's on those properties continues to move around. Jobs. What does this actually create for the town? About 100 jobs, 200 jobs for local Berlinites? No, we're talking about a handful, maybe. Because 25 parking spaces doesn't guarantee anything. The local farmer boys that we have in town want to be farmers. They live on a farm, they live on a homestead, they live somewhere like that. I have a son, actually I have a sister, but I have a son who goes over to Southington High, okay? And he's there for agricultural program. You know, child growing, doing anything agricultural? Probably not. I'm gonna have to move out to Texas, more out of state. Somewhere where he can. Here's. We're not thinking about that. Also, what else? Are they gonna get a tax break? Or are they actually improving our town by buying taxes? All these trucks are gonna take away our taxes. They're gonna be beating up those roads. Right now, the Chamberlain Highway, sorry to say, winter time, have fun. That interpass, every single time everyone goes out to do the American, there's a crash, there's a flipped car. Anyone else have mailboxes that have been run over in the middle of the night? I don't live on it. I mean, the road at one point was a dirt road a long time ago. Wagons had to go by that. It was brutal, but it was worth it. Now, trucks destroyed. Taxpayers gonna pay for it. I ain't getting it from it. Big Y, Walmart, all those big stores that sell produce, go behind their store. Go where the trucks park. Good luck. That's what you're gonna see out of this. And gravel, like I said before, then it goes on the ground. And it's not much. When trucks sitting there idling, leaking oil, our neighbors unfortunately gonna taste it. Not good. Not good at all. Think about that. Think about that. How about the money up front?
Online. We're gonna go to online, so does anyone wanna,
So Peter Zaragoza.
Hi, can you hear me?
yes, we can, Peter.
Okay, everyone here has made excellent points, but one thing I haven't had clarification on, and I may have missed it, is what is the level of light pollution that will be emitted from this project when they turn on their artificial grow lights inside the facility? The reason I raise this concern is that I've heard that they're going to use natural light, but then in the presentation, I hear that they're going to not use artificial light between certain hours. There have been similar projects done in New Hampshire, which was a 75,000 square foot hydroponic grow house, similar to the one being proposed here today. And the light emissions from that facility caused great consternation for the residents of that town because the light could be emitted upwards of 3 to 6 miles out, to the point that the town needed to mandate that the greenhouse put in, shades to deter the light. So I just want to make sure that the commission is considering the fact that this project may emit a very large amount of light, especially in an area that essentially will refract it, considering it's in a valley. And I would strongly urge, if it is the case that they're going to use artificial light, in that capacity, that there be conditions that they're mandated to have block out shades implemented before the installation of the project with a certain opacity that will be adequate enough to block a sufficient amount of light, and or tighter restrictions on the amount of time they can use that light and when, perhaps even working collaboratively with the town council to pass an ordinance, because it seems like this may be something we're facing more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Is there anyone else online who would like to comment regarding the application? Oh, we do have the, you wanna?
Hi, this is Jack. Oh, you want to go ahead in person?
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
I wanted to respond just to that one quick question about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like,
Hold on, Mr. Russo.
at the time of the text amendment, the plan was, and the plan still is, not to use artificial light in the greenhouse. The concern of the commission was what the light reflection out at night might be if we did use artificial light. That is why the regulation does not allow us to use artificial light at night. So there'd be no artificial light being used at night, and no impact on the neighborhood artificial light.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, back to online for Mr. Russo.
Hi, yes, this is Jack Russo from 321 Summerwood Drive. I just wanted to make a quick economic point. So this might not be the most appropriate for a planning and zoning committee, but I did want to just raise the point that pretty much any property that has a line of sight to this development will obviously have a negative impact to the property value. And so I know the comment was made that this would generate, I think it was $70,000 of incremental tax revenue to the town. I fully expect any homeowners that are within, within eyesight of the property to go and petition to the town of Berlin to have their property tax assessment reduced. And so, I would expect lower property tax revenue from the homes that are in the region, which will naturally offset the incremental 70,000 from this development. So it's more of an economic point, but I just kind of wanted to raise my voice on that.
Okay, terrific, thank you. I guess Mr. Miller, George Miller. I believe is
I'm here.
online.
I'm here. Sorry. Gotta learn how to do this Zoom stuff. So
All right.
I just want to make two comments. The first one in regard to the $70,000 in income. To me, that's like a drop in a bucket. It's insignificant. I could carve it up into 15 1-acre lots and probably make $90,000 in real estate taxes if I wanted to place houses on it. So with minimal impact to everything. So I don't really think that's a big draw. The question I would have though is as I listened to this, you know, I thought their architecture and their presentation was impressive to start with. And then as I listened to the testimony of everybody, I got more and more kind of concerned and whatever. Clearly aquifer things need to be sorted out. But the thing that was most disconcerting was the people that had gone down to Guilford and noted that half their facility, or at least one of their major greenhouses, was in serious disrepair. What they presented was they needed the additional growth here. So I guess I'd like to go back to the developer and say, well, okay, if you're not even using half the facility or a portion of the facility that you have in Guilford and you let it be in disrepair, why do you need Berlin? It seems like you have a much more opportunity in where you are in Guilford to improve your production. So this is just a disconnect in terms of the message that they're sending. I now have a kind of a distrust here in terms of what they're saying, and I not necessarily believe the narrative that I'm hearing. So I'd like to hear why their facility in Guilford is in such disrepair.
Yes.
All right, would you like to address that question?
I'd be happy to.
Just to-
I'd be happy to. And I think frankly, because we were never able to connect with the folks when they were coming down. We were never able to explain to them how the property is used, who owns the property, and the like. First of all, H2O Farm doesn't own that property. They rent it. The greenhouse that they use for growing is actually two greenhouses connected together. These are very, very large greenhouses. They're the largest greenhouse in the state of Connecticut. So the one that's being used by them is actually two greenhouses. The one that everyone's talking about is not owned by them. It's actually owned by the owner of the property, not rented by them. That greenhouse used to be Roses for Autism. I don't know if you know that group or not. They used to grow roses down there. They've since stopped using it, and the owner of the property does whatever he does with that greenhouse. We have no control over it. Thank you.
All right, so that greenhouse is not part of your operation?
It is not. We have no rights to it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
What's your bias?
Okay.
I do buy the
All right, is there anyone else, or George, did you have a follow-up question, Mr. Miller? Because I see your hand up, that might just be, all right, okay. Anyone else here?
Sorry, I didn't lower my hand. I guess the follow-up was why aren't they pursuing use of that property before they come and develop this, given there's a greenhouse already there with all the infrastructure and everything? That would be my other question.
Well, all right, I don't know.
It's not for sale.
It's not for sale? Is that what I heard?
There's really two. Thank you. There's really two answers to that. One is it's not for sale. The second is that this is one of the issues of why they're looking to build a new greenhouse. These greenhouses were built in the 1920s. They're extremely leaky, drafty. They're not ideal conditions for growing in hydroponics. And it's only through building modern greenhouses that you can get the ideal conditions that you need to grow in hydroponics. So while the facility down in Guilford is providing at the moment for them to grow, it's not where they grow, and that's why they're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding,
You have to use
no, I'm not gonna give a presentation. My question to you is, I want to send a letter to the
Okay.
committee.
Will be recorded.
It's all right. I want to send a letter to the
For the
committee.
record, yeah, yeah, just,
Let me say
and
that.
even if it's just even if it's a thought you want to share with me, that's fine.
Our name is Gene Aloka. I live at 86 Cumberwood Drive, South Kensington. Been there 37 years. The Connecticut Fish Hatchery, that's my property. My question is, I want to send an email, my concerns, to the chairman of this committee. Do you have an email address you could use? I don't want to use the mail. I want to use direct to you by email.
I think the best thing to do, you have to go through the town planner's office.
Can you give me your address now, your email address?
I can, it's also linked on the website, but we have had numerous, just for the record, and I did want to put this evening, we've had, the number of the correspondence that has been printed out for you.
Yeah.
I have been on the website.
Can I write it down for you instead?
Yes, I would
That's
appreciate
probably
that.
easier, and then you can translate it. I don't have a card with me.
I'm up here. I'm retired.
I can imagine.
I'm retired. And I did some research and I want to thank the town secretary because she sent me some information via email. In particular, I'd like to address the November 21st, the November 2021 text amendment, which this committee brought up to the applicant regarding the concern for the water that's underneath the stated property. Okay. And the applicant came back with a proposal where they had a letter of intent with the city of Harrison. Letter of intent, where they would supply, Meriden would supply to the applicant 10,000 gallons per day of raw water. Okay. However, the letter of intent automatically terminate by December 31 of this year, 2022, or if the two parties mutually agree and they would move forward with a contract, or if there was an exclusion between them, that there was some kind of disagreement, then the contract would not be valid. However, the point I want to bring up is that the letter of intent, subject to the approval of an amendment that is between City of Meriden and Town of Berlin, dated May 30, 1996, which states that water will come to Berlin in terms of Berlin's use. We've been talking about water, really the issue here is water. And based on the November 2021 text amendment, the committee went back to these people that the real issue is water. How are you going to get around it? You can't use the water that's below ground. So they went to Meriden and got this letter of intent, which is not a contract. And if I'm reading that material I received, it's going to expire the end of this month. And it's contingent on an amendment that was signed by Berlin, May 30th, 1996, for this water to come to Berlin. So how does that play into what we're doing here? Yeah, that's an issue that needs to be resolved. And the thing is, the risk management here, this is H2O Farm Limited Liability Corporation. Limited liability. Who's liable if the containment leaks? We've seen leaking in our history after June. How many Marines have cancer problems now because of leaking of what's in the groundwater? We also have lead cups that kids want to use. We have Roundup issues. We have Agent Orange. And today I'm here with a mask on because we have COVID-19. Next month, next year, March, I'm gonna be 80 years old. I'm at higher risk. I have a mind. The thing is, there's a risk, there's a benefit. What's the risk here? Not only my water at risk, but I think all the town people here, the water that's coming from Meriden into Berlin is at risk. We've had severe droughts this year and past years in Berlin. Okay? What's gonna happen with this gold mine of water we have under the facility they want to build if it's contaminated? What's gonna happen? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Satisfied.
Yeah, I know, and I'm like, yeah, he's directly, you know.
Okay. Is there anyone on who wishes to share any comments at this time? Any additional comments regarding this application? Hearing none. Oh, we have Alan Solik. Mr. Solik.
Yes, hi. This is Alan Solik, live at 30 Linden Drive. My house was discussed earlier in the meeting, and it has an abundance of wetlands, and my wetlands are from all the runoff from the ridge on Chamberlain Highway, and pollution has been discussed in the meeting tonight, but the pollution of microplastics has not been discussed, and there's no solution for microplastic pollution. I want to know, how is the plastics from this facility not going to end up in my property? And that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Online? Here? Great. Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, and I thank you for your patience. All right, we took in a lot of testimony. Maureen, I just go back to one thing really quick. I think it was at the very beginning regarding gentleman attorney. Okay. Yeah, thank you. And he had questioned the aquifer and the town charter, and the activity around it. And the wetlands and.
So we have an aquifer protection area on the zoning map, and that's in the area of the aquifer that I think one of the following gentlemen referred to, which is to the east of Elton Road. And that protection area goes north and south of Orchard Road on the east side of Elton Road. And that is the defined aquifer protection area that the town has. The wetlands agent did review and made no concern, made no comment with regard to jurisdiction of the wetlands agency. And I believe because, as I understand, because it hasn't been an aquifer that's in the aquifer protection zone, the aquifer along Chamberlain Highway, that it's not under that purview.
May I address them?
I start.
I would actually hold on, let me ask.
Maureen is correct. Also, whether it's the zoning map or when you look at the state's aquifer protection area now.
You might phone not on, but again, the state map is in agreement with our map.
So what?
Yeah, the first happens. It's not.
Right.
But it has been defined. And. That was it.
Okay.
If I may respond to that. You have to read the
well, yeah,
properly.
Okay, we're still We're still on public hearing, so just your name and address.
Francis Manager again.
Yes.
The charter provision, section 2-21, says that the Aquifer Protection Agency shall denote the areas plural in the town that are aquifer. You can stop at one aquifer. You find another aquifer, you have an obligation as that agency to map it out and then to indicate what activities are going to be allowed in that aquifer. So your responsibility was to refer the matter to them, saying, we've got an aquifer issue. Please map it out. Please determine what regulated activities may be allowed in this aquifer. You failed to do that. The Aquifer Protection Agency, not having any notice that there was an aquifer issue, not taking up the issue. You had the obligation to alert them to do something, and you did.
I just want to address that a little bit.
Second, I'm sharing and hopefully sharing on the screen so everyone understands what's being spoken about. The map that shows the aquifer that's mapped. Coming up. The aquifer protection area. Map, this is Chamberlain Highway is over here. This is Orchard Road, going over the railroad tracks, towards the Lunch Turnpike, and the aquifer protection area is to the east of Elton Road. Let everyone know what we're talking
That's the aquifer protection area that happened. They put the Elton Road well done. If they want to protect the Elton Road well done. The aquifers all were mapped. Go to the building department, find the maps for all the aquifers. It is, but the aquifer underneath here is not in text. I just wanted to say that Joan, myself, and on the commission, off and on the commission for a long time. Back in 96 to 2013, when the last conservation conservation. This area was concerned very, very much. At that time, it was changed to the BOD zone. Reason why there was not sewer water there. Went to BOD, plan office development. Okay, you could put the plan office 40 foot high office out there, but you need water, so which you didn't have. Okay, so that was basically the protection of the farmland there. The commission did that. Now we're asked about another development, type of development in there. It was advertised. It was a public hearing, don't change or overlook. And a lot of people attended that meeting. People within 500 feet, I think it is. No, they didn't have.
That was a
That was technical. Sorry.
So we didn't know about it for a time.
But we did have a lot of neighbors come here during the public hearing for that. And this commission put a lot of time into this development. Well, into the text amendment. Addressing everything that I've seen in the paper of questions of them. It wasn't of that, which is mapped. I just want to say something that maybe the residents out there don't know. Okay, yes, there is non-potable water coming to Berlin. It was placed in there in 96 or 98, somewhere like that, a hydrant right on Butler and Trimlin Highway. That was for fire protection for tanker trucks to fill up their tanks and protect the being developed in the South Kingston area. There's a drive, big houses, big developments happening. That's why we put the POD in there, big houses, big development. Protecting the aquifer because more houses are there, more sewers, sewer tanks, wells, more everything into the aquifer. And that's why how we protect the aquifer. When we did this amendment, we're very concerned about the aquifer. And what we found, at least we're told that nothing's going to be put into the aquifer except one sanitary thing in one well. That would be no bigger than a house. And we won't have big developments, houses down through the South Kensington area, David Farm. I'm personally saying that the farm use or agricultural use, growing lettuce. And it's just my opinion, not the commission's. But I do want to say to the South Kingston residents, city of New Britain, city of Meriden owns that reservoir up on the hill there that goes to this fire hydrant that they want to take water from. Okay, it drains down on the hill, down the pipe, and into the fire hydrant. That's where it goes. But the city of Meriden has talked to a lot of developers in the last 10 years, I know of, okay, about bringing city water into South Kensington. I think that's more concern than this is bringing some water, city water into South Kensington. Then there goes your development, there goes your POD. You're gonna put that 40-story thing up. That's why we, as commission, wanted to protect South Kensington. Okay, that's how we did it. I just wanted to put some history out there. Been on the commission off and on for 20 years. So, and Diane too. Oh, I remember sitting next to you.
Okay, Maureen, because the hour is very, very late, I think we've just crossed over into a new day. And this may be a question for the attorney. Can we continue with our meeting, or because we're on a new day? Do I have to,
I can keep going.
I can keep going. All right, we'll make sure. Anyway, we have a lot of information, and I'm a little bit unsettled about the whole thing. I think Mr. Miller made some comments that I would concur with. I mean, actually, all you guys made some great comments. There was some terrific feedback, but I think one of the things is that and I'm just going to say, I've just taken in so much. I think I really need to think about this. I don't think I can continue with this public hearing. So maybe we want to continue the public hearing, or do we want to? Yeah, we'll have more questions. Yeah, I think the extension has to come.
Well, we go off the record for a moment, and so I can speak with the chairman, with the town plan.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
It's my fault.
No.
No.
Let's vote, no.
But we need a, okay, well, our next meeting is the 15th.
I understand that the deadline for this commission to have tonight.
Okay, are you gonna be able to give us an extension?
We were going to give you an extension. I would ask for two conditions on that. One is that we are allowed to come back on the 15th to respond to public comments. And that there are no other further public comments.
You're asking me. to
Just America or
hearing,
Russia?
but
No,
then you
no.
want to respond to-
Don't say it was no. It was.
Because if we now have more questions, what are we gonna do? So I can't, I'm not comfortable with that.
You can't take any testimony on the public hearing. And again,
So let's,
so are there issues that you would like us to address them?
well,
You heard the issue.
we also have questions, but the thing is, we're trying to be kind to these people, and we're trying to be fair to the rest of the agenda, that even after you guys long go and go all this stuff, we have to finish, so.
So this, I just wanna point out and make sure it's on the record as well, because I'm not sure if I'll put it up in the meeting, but it may have been a presentation, that this is a site plan application, as drafted in the text amendment. The public hearing, rather, but however, the decision follows site plan approval deadlines. And there is the 65 days of extension time that can be used to discussion with the applicant. So we do, as Commissioner Rogan stated, have to give that extension to keep it open or to extend the decision to that date. Either one, you don't have the extra days afterwards. I also would like to add.
Their application, they don't want to extend it, we'll build it, call it a night, somewhere up there.
But you're making a motion to,
Please. Public hearing open and have a special meeting on the night. If they won't extend, we'll have a special meeting on the night, we'll have a public hearing on the night.
Lord, hang on.
And then it ends on the night. I don't know what they.
I don't know.
48, whatever.
The question I have for you, time, make sure we have a public hearing. Because I know the more people should act.
We have another agenda. Unfortunately. Today I left the office without my spreadsheet of pending applications.
Thank you for your friend.
I just, we talked the top on all the cats. The 9th is Friday.
I don't think we would object to it. I just want to make sure that we're
I mean, here right now, we'll make. My opinion.
I'm sorry.
I mean, we're in this, so I mean, we'll hear you on the 15th, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the public hearing is going to be
We're not gonna walk out on it.
still going to be open, because got the right to testify at the public hearing.
It's important to us to get somebody. The next hearing will be.
All right.
Well, if we extend to the 15th for the public hearing, we have 35 days to make a decision.
No, I
Anyway, so we'll go back to.
No.
You don't.
It's a sign. So it's a, goes with the decision.
Okay.
Goes to the-
Okay, sorry.
We're trying to.
Along after the.
All right,
That was my.
so why don't we,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
The applicant can send an extension by the 9th to the 15th, the decision needs to be made on the 15th.
Okay. That's fine.
okay,
And with, I mean, with that, you know, we'll consent to the 15th.
okay. All right. We're gonna go to the 15th, yeah, please, you remember? I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to December 15th. Okay, and Maureen, let's make a
Second.
We have a second, thank you. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Madam Chair, it would be great.
Yes.
Have it on the record that the applicant.
Okay, yes, okay. And then I'll ask that Maureen, why don't we put the public hearing? Because I don't want these people having the. they decide-
I'll not be here. Still have occupancy. I agree.
No problem. We would like to say it was the last one. There's tonight already.
Yeah. We still have some to go through for the whole festival, I got. And we'll be able to figure it out. Thank you. That's coach so much. Thank you.
We've got another friend now with our lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna- All get going. Let's see, we have first, that is the Quantum of Berlin through LLC. Continue. Yeah, the 15, nothing. All right, so everybody, so basically, all the public hearings now move to the 15th, so we have, we need to take them over to the 15th, no, we don't, okay. Finish your business. Yeah, I guess you can go home if you want. Yeah. No, I think. Pamela, originally I thought I'd be out of here at 10:30. I kind of missed my mark tonight, but that's okay. I had to know I was in for it. All right. All right.
Meeting done.
You folks on screen, who are joining us by Zoom, I just want you to know that everything has been continued on to the 15th. And so, we're gonna be wrapping up our meeting here, just give me a heads up, and, wish you all a very happy holiday, we'll see you maybe on the 15th. Are you okay, you're okay? She took her all chucked up, yeah, okay.
Okay, so.
Yeah, really. Wait. Okay, so Nikki's seconding. Motion to adjourn at 12, hold on, 10 a.m.
Friday.
Friday. Right, and motion to adjourn and second by Nikki. Motion by Road, all those in favor?
Bye. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right. That's how come we didn't know where he was. We kept calling his student.